Good morning, everyone. We apologize for starting a little late, but we wanted to give people a little time to get through security and start filtering up. And because my introduction is actually the shortest of this morning's part of the program, we thought that we could kind of push into my introduction and everything would work. So welcome to the 4th annual RAAP Policy Conference here in Washington, D.C. This is our 4th year. As many of you know, we started as a very small ad hoc coalition, and we're looking at specifically patient access issues. So that really is our focus. There's a lot of rare disease issues beyond patient access, and we work in conjunction and in tandem with other organizations, but access is our focus. So when it comes time for a patient to get the right therapy at the right time, we want to make sure that we've done our work to help facilitate that. And so that's really where RAAP focuses our attention. And this morning, you're going to see that in some of our panels. We're very excited this year. We have a really terrific agenda for the day, where we will be going through some of the implications of the IRA. That's something that a lot of people have been talking about, and we really have a wonderful panel that will focus on the IRA and things that we can do to actually make it better. And then we will also, today, for the first time, we're going to talk about a concept called the EPIC Act. And there's been a lot of work that's gone into this from the patient community in helping us work on a bill that has a lot of focus on Medicaid, patient access, and moving into the 21st century, and helping update how we actually interact with patients, physicians, and reimbursement. So we're really excited for that discussion as well. Then we will have lunch, and I apologize, Senator Klobuchar had some other things that she had to do today on her schedule, and so we won't be able to hear from her today, but we are really excited for our afternoon panel, which is focused again on state issues. As many of you know, when you come to a RAAP meeting, we will often focus on federal issues, and then we will move into state issues. And so this afternoon, we have some really terrific panels. We have a panel on newborn screening, the implications of new technologies, and the ability to find disease sooner, and the importance that makes to access, and the patients being able to move where there's a therapy, be able to move to therapy. Then we will have an overview of state issues, where we will look kind of big picture at what's going on at the state level and some of the things that we could be facing in 2024. And then we will move into some of the state policy solutions. We know that states really are the experimental ground for patient access, and particularly in rare diseases. And so we're going to be talking about some of those solutions, some of the things that we potentially could get involved in 2024 and why that matters. And then, of course, about 3 o'clock, we will wrap up, and we will then conclude the day. So we have a jam-packed schedule, and we are actually tracking, because I knew my introduction would be short. We are tracking on time, and so we will move to our first panel, the implications of the IRA on rare disease drug development and innovation. And we are pleased to have Christine Hochel from Alexion moderate our panel, and I'll let Christine introduce her panelists.
All right, good morning. Hi, I'm Christina Hochel, as Mike said, and I lead our Strategic Alliance Development function at Alexion, AstraZeneca's Rare Disease Business Unit. So welcome. We're gonna start out this morning talking about the Inflation Reduction Act and what it means for rare diseases and rare disease patients. And so, we know that President Biden passed, the Inflation Reduction passed, and was one of President Biden's really signature pieces of legislation. And it contains a lot of really good pieces and policies for Americans. So capping the out-of-pocket costs for insulin at $35 a month. The other out-of-pocket cost for prescription drugs is capped at $2,000, and you can pay it over a plan year. But today we're really going to focus on the orphan drug exclusion as part of the negotiation process. And this specific narrow provision is really slowed and in some cases really stopped drug development in the rare disease space. And this is why it's really concerning. There's just a lot of unmet need in the rare disease community. We know that 95% of rare diseases do not have an FDA approved therapy, and there are over 10,000 rare diseases. And so this makes continued research and development really important to our space and our community. And unfortunately, when CMS issued guidance around the law, they further disincentivize manufacturers from seeking even that second indication because of their interpretation. So today, the panelists and I are going to really talk about this pressing policy challenge and even a potential legislative solution that we have. So I would like to begin by asking each of the panelists to introduce yourself or your organization. And kind of a question to all of you to get this started is, how did you get involved in rare disease policy? So go to Jennifer.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Snow. I am currently running Apteca. It's a health policy consulting firm focused on pharmaceuticals, but I've been involved in the pharmaceutical policy space for a number of years. And I really like the question. It's one that I don't think I've ever talked about. My mom had a rare disease when I was growing up, and I remember looking at the Merck medical manual and seeing just a small mention of it and feeling so seen. I mean, it was it was literally like one line about the disease, but it was like it existed somewhere. And I think she has since passed, and there wasn't great treatment for her, but I think the hope of it, her and I would talk about treatments, and every once in a while I'd be seated at a table at a conference with somebody who had, once I sat next to a chief medical officer from a company that had a drug in trials for it. It's like, so how's that going? And you know what I mean? And her and I would talk about it. And I think just that hope of it, and I'm really inspired by that to keep working in this space.
Thanks. Amy Comstock-Rick. I'm a principal at Levitt Partners. My background in health policy is for 11 years. I was the CEO of the Parkinson's Action Network, an advocacy and health policy organization. And then for 8 years, I was the CEO of the Food and Drug Law Institute, which focused on all legal and regulatory issues over which FDA has jurisdiction, which is quite a big bucket, actually. In terms of rare disease, while Parkinson's is not a rare disease, there are some Parkinsonisms that are rare, but the world of health policy is so driven by incentives, and the research and development pipeline is huge, and the rare disease community is just a part of that. And we need to make sure, and really all the research we do can benefit. It can be unexpected sometimes that research can benefit a rare disease, or research for a particular rare disease turns out to have general applicability. So I don't really divide them. I think, though, that the statistic that you mentioned, Christine, about 95% of people with rare diseases don't have an FDA-approved treatment, that has to change. And we're here to talk about not making it worse, but making it better.
I can't tell. Is this working? Yeah. Okay, great. Yeah, clearly my technology skills are a big asset I bring to the table. Hi, I'm Connor Sheehy. I'm a senior health policy advisor with the minority staff of the Senate Finance Committee, and I handle prescription drug policy as well as Medicare Part B, more generally, and Medicare Part D. I became interested in rare disease policy when I started in my previous role on the Hill with Senator Tim Scott, who was the co-chair of the Sickle Cell Disease Caucus. And I have to say, sickle cell disease probably affects somewhere between 100,000 and 200,000 Americans. And so, relatively speaking, it's one of the larger rare diseases, and one that does generate more attention on Capitol Hill, and frankly, more attention from an R&D standpoint, just by virtue of the fact that there's been pretty innovative research with respect to some of the biomarkers. We've seen a lot of work on gene and cell therapies, particularly with respect to sickle cell and beta thal, just because oftentimes we see a lot of overlap in terms of useful treatments. And I think that's something that we'll get into a little bit today, just because it is a real concern with respect to some of the legislation and policy we've seen in more recent years. But candidly, I think the most eye-opening thing for me as someone who did not grow up studying healthcare policy was when I would meet with patient organizations or with patients who would say their disease population was 10 in the United States, or their disease population that was known was 3. And generally when I would talk to these folks, the experience of even getting that diagnosis oftentimes required them to visit facilities across 5, 6, 7 states, a number of different specialists. It required them to receive a lot of misdiagnoses, including from really good faith clinicians. It's not a knock against medical professionals, but to me, that was a part of the landscape that was never visible. And I think that's frankly something that's a real hurdle for advocacy with respect to Capitol Hill and CMS, just because, and frankly, I'm so impressed with a lot of the coalitions that have come together with respect to rare and ultra rare diseases, because you can help to fill and bridge that gap. But it is, I can't imagine being in a situation where I'm one of 3 known patients across the country where some of the top researchers and clinicians in the world are saying, we're not sure what your prognosis looks like. You know, maybe this will work. It has a 5% chance. That would actually be good based on some of the folks I've talked to. That is at least optimistic. But I love what both of my co-panelists have said thus far about the gap, but also the sense of hope. And I think taking on my role with committee, it's been incredibly exciting to see the opportunities we have within our massive federal healthcare programs to try to build and improve upon some of the incentives that you talked about. I also think there are 2 sides to every coin. And over the past few years, I think we've seen both sides of that coin. I think we have a lot of reason for optimism based on 2023 and some of the positive conversation and bipartisan discussion we've seen, both with respect to components of the IRA and with respect to issues like pharmacy benefit manager reform and supply chain reform, which can actually create pull incentives and patient relief simultaneously. And I do think that's something I want to underscore. But I think, as we'll get into, it was disappointing to me during the Inflation Reduction Act process to see a lot of really well-intentioned, really smart folks who worked on the drafting of that legislation, I feel create certain gaps in certain areas where unintended consequences seemed evident even then, and I think seem even more glaring now. And so again, I think looking at both sides of that coin is going to be incredibly important and challenging, but I do think there is still a lot of reason for hope and optimism as this year has progressed. I felt that way even more so. So thank you again for the opportunity to participate today.
Yeah, no, thank you all. And thank you just for adding in your personal stories and touches. I think that's what's so great about the rare disease community. You really never know what challenges have people faced, and the ability for us kind of to come together to work on policy issues has been really great. So I know the panel is on the Inflation Reduction Act, but we're going to take a step back 40 years and talk a little bit about what Congress was thinking with the Orphan Drug Act and how they established some of these incentives. And so can you tell us, Jennifer, a little bit about prior to the ODA and then kind of get into post-ODA?
Sure. So it's interesting to kind of go back in time and say, you know, late 70s, we finally started to have some pharmaceutical advancements in more general population treatments, but you had individuals with rare disease with very few treatment options. And so people with Gaucher's, Tourette's, Huntington's, and other disorders got together and they formed a coalition, coalitions being important, the National Organization for Rare Diseases, NORD, which led in 1993 to the enactment of the Orphan Drug Act. And so if you look backwards, prior to the enactment of the Orphan Drug Act, you had less than 40 approved treatments to treat rare disease. And so I mean, you look ahead to now and you can see like it made a difference.
No, it definitely made a difference. And I think now, as we've seen, so that we just celebrated earlier this year the 40th anniversary of the ODA, and that really, to Jennifer's point, is put the incentives in place. That was a community with a lot of unmet need, and now we've seen a lot more therapies right in this space. So now we have, 40 years later, we have, almost 600 therapies, still a lot of unmet need. But I'd like to turn this over to Connor. So, I know you alluded this a little bit in your intro about what Congress was thinking around the Inflation Reduction Act and the negotiation program and kind of how all this came to place from your perspective on the Hill.
Yeah, it's a great question because I do think it's worth noting. This was very evident to those of us who had to keep reading and rereading new text as it would come out over the course of a couple-year period. But prior to the Inflation Reduction Act, we had seen come out of the House of Representatives the Build Back Better Act, or BBBA. This was legislation that would have imposed the drug price negotiation program that's sort of the hallmark of the IRA, although I totally agree with you, Christina, there are things in the IRA we really like as well. I always want to underscore that, the $2,000 out-of-pocket cap, the monthly smoothing. I think those are game-changing and good for patients. But with respect to BBBA, you saw a really massive drug price negotiation program that created a lot of concerns, even among a lot of Democrat members who were very skeptical of some of the pricing trends in the market. But this program would have applied across commercial, Medicare, virtually all programs. It incorporated international pricing, which raised a lot of concerns. And I think one of the key issues that I even heard from some of my moderate Democrat colleagues was there were really no exceptions at all.
Right.
It was an incredibly broad-based piece of legislation, and you heard a number of members in the House express reservations about that version. I think Scott Peters got a lot of blowback, I know, from some activist groups who felt that he was shilling with or siding with Big Pharma. But if you listen to what a lot of Representative Peters said, he was pointing to concerns like these ones. He was saying, is there not a way to try to scale this program back such that we're able to preserve incentives for innovation while also improving prescription drug affordability? As the legislation moved over to the Senate and went through a number of different makeovers, we saw a few key changes, I think two of which are relevant here. Number one, there had been a tax included in the House bill that would have said, with respect to the Orphan Drug Act's tax incentives, I believe, if I remember correctly, you would have only been able to get credit for a single indication. So it was actually parallel to what we ended up seeing in the orphan drug exclusion. But frankly, the orphan tax policies have always been incredibly bipartisan in the Senate. I think the House is its own world. I don't want to call them the JV team or disrespect their great camaraderie and wonderful energy levels. But I do think it's worth noting the Senate has always been a more bipartisan place. And I think a number of members said, we want to take this off the table. You had folks like Senator Carper, who had been a longstanding champion and said, I think this is a no-go. So fortunately, that was removed. With respect to the orphan drug exclusion, the goal of this provision, as I understand it, and I've sat on panels with Anna Kaltenbach, who is a very smart person and has, I think, really good intentions with respect to this landscape. But I remember when we were debating this legislation through this reconciliation process, which is essentially a mechanism that allows you to move legislation without 60 votes in the Senate. And as a result, there are certain rules. There is an enforcement process with respect to those rules. But as it was characterized at the time, this was a goal to try to protect incentives for orphan drug research and development by insulating certain orphan drug products from this negotiation program under the assumption that these are different products. They have a wildly different set of economic needs and circumstances. These are generally drugs that have different pricing considerations in mind, just because, I mean, we've even seen ICER, which generally comes down in a pretty condemnatory way around virtually every price of every drug on the market. They've acknowledged with respect to certain rare disease treatments that sometimes you're gonna be looking at a reasonable top line of $1 million or more just by virtue of the patient population, the payer mix, and all these challenges. So I think the intention there was shared on both sides. There was bipartisan interest in ensuring that we could protect orphan drugs from a scheme that just was not a fit for these products. Look, I have all sorts of issues with the scheme with respect to other products too, but this was an area of common ground. I do think what we saw was after that agreement on this concept, I think we saw a drafting issue that was technical and that Christina referenced earlier, which is that I think a provision that was meant to capture orphan drugs with one orphan indication, and that was their only indication, was essentially read back under this revised guidance to apply only to one orphan designation. And essentially, from an R&D standpoint, this meant you couldn't even really set multiple targets for your R&D program and for these clinical programs because the immediate receipt of a second designation, even if there was no FDA approval to go along with it, would immediately trigger an end to your insulation from this program. So I personally think that piece was a technical issue, and it's consistent with my understanding from the Congressional Budget Office and from the drafters. The other issue was, I think in an effort to try to deter and combat gaming, this provision was drafted with the intent of capturing only products that had one approved orphan indication. Now, the challenge here is you essentially set up a deterrent for research into even a second or third orphan-specific indication. So the examples that I've heard cited by folks who have defended this really limited scope and this limited exclusion, they point to products like Humira. And they say, oh, well, Humira's had an orphan indication or two. The issue is you have a ton of products that are orphan disease treatments only and that have multiple orphan disease treatment indications. I think if I remember correctly, even if you're looking just at orphan-only products, it's 1/5 or more have successfully received approval for second or third, or fifth in some cases, orphan indications. So that was one big issue, was you were throwing the baby out with the bathwater, where you essentially meant to target manufacturers who are trying to game this scheme by, waiting on a breast cancer indication you knew you were going to get with a blockbuster status by leaning in on this exclusion that you got for another separate orphan indication. So I think that was one issue. I think the second issue was the text was ambiguous about when the clock should start. So under the IRA, if you're a small molecule, you cannot have one of these negotiated prices take effect until 9 years after approval. So I will say you're effectively cutting the patent life short by 4 or 5 years on average for small molecule drugs. And for biologics, it's 13 years. That is closer to the effective patent life, although what we've seen with biologic products is you're often looking at 16, 17, or 18 years. So you still are taking a haircut in terms of effective patent life before erosion. The problem with the orphan drug exclusion as it's currently designed is it's currently being interpreted is, the second that you get a second indication, even if it's for another really rare disease, you lose that protection overnight. So essentially, you could be subject to that program the next day, depending on when your first FDA approval was. And I think that issue of the clock starting as early as it does and sort of retroactively stripping away that exclusion, I've heard as many concerns about that piece from both the biotechnology community, and I should note a lot of these companies, as you all know, are small startups. They're preclinical, pre-commercial. But I also think it's worth noting that from the standpoint of the investors who make all of this innovation possible, recognizing that the NIH is never going to substitute the private market, you create a tremendous amount of uncertainty in the investment ecosystem when you set up this sort of a scheme where folks aren't sure, will this product be insulated, especially when the House Democrat leads have said we want to expand this to virtually every drug across every market. So I think in terms of the origins here, there are elements where I have a respectful disagreement, and I think there are elements where a more robust legislative process that was more bipartisan probably could have helped to work through some of the technical components. But here we are now, and hopefully we can find a way forward, recognizing that I don't think anyone wants to see innovation dry up in a space where, again, 95% of the currently known rare diseases lack treatments, and I'd imagine probably thousands more we don't even know of right now.
No, definitely. I think that was really helpful, Connor, giving us all the background and talking about the different provisions and the conversations that were occurring on Capitol Hill. So taking a little bit of a step kind of back, Jennifer, can you talk us a little bit about the negotiation process, how it's going with CMS, kind of, what is currently going on, as we're seeing it unfold?
Sure. So starting in, is that on? So starting in early September, they announced the 10 drugs that will be negotiated for 2026. But in terms of background, the Inflation Reduction Act, the IRA, directs the Medicare program to select drugs for price negotiation by gross Medicare spending. And you referred to kind of like what's eligible, what's not. So you've got the small molecule drugs that have been approved for at least 7 years at the time of selection. So small molecule are only 7 years. Biologics that have been approved for at least 11 years at the time of selection. So you have a gap there, which I think we should talk about later. And products that have no approved or marketed generic or biosimilar. So those are kind of what CMS is looking at in terms of negotiation. They did include the exclusions, orphan drugs with a single indication, drugs that are a small manufacturer's only major product, drugs with Medicare spending less than $200 million a year, and all plasma-related products. So there are kind of these gaps, but it's not enough. I think, as we've talked about, there's different ways to read that, and I think some small tweaks, and we're getting there. I mean, there's ways I would blow it all up, but that's not what we're here for today. That's a cocktail hour probably conversation.
And kind of getting back to your piece about the small molecules versus kind of the biologics, I want to kind of ask, Amy to kind of step in here and kind of talk about, how does that affect like patient access,
Well, what we're really, my turn to struggle. What we're really talking about here is the incentives and the shifting of incentives that has occurred as a result of the Inflation Reduction Act drug price negotiation program. We need a short term for that. In terms of rare disease, everything about the drug development, as I said earlier, is about incentives. And I want to lay on the table, if I can start with this, a story that I heard Frank Sosnowski tell at a previous Hill briefing, that the Orphan Drug Act was passed in 1983, and he was tapped as a younger attorney then to be at FDA to lead the new Orphan Drug Act program office. And he opened it and was all excited and waited for people to come in, and nobody showed up. Because at the time, I had never heard this story before, at the time of passage, the Orphan Drug Act required that a patent had not been filed on that product. So there was no incentive, really, for the development of those treatments and drugs. And so what was the point of passage, quite frankly? So a tweak was made to shift the incentives that patented products were eligible for the Orphan Drug Act. And we all know the result now, which are the impressive numbers that Christina and Jennifer have talked about. So this will not be the first time that legislation is tweaked, because after passage, we learned that incentives were misaligned. So that's really what we're talking about now. So I think my colleagues have laid it out pretty well, but the incentives really need to shift back, not new incentives, but shift back to what they've been for 40 years, because the Inflation Reduction Act program really undermines, it doesn't technically change the Orphan Drug Act, but it really undermines the incentives that have worked so well. So do you want me to go into solutions now, or I don't want to mess with your, I won't.
I think I was going to go kind of ask Connor, because I know you alluded to some of this in the investor space, but, what have we seen? The legislation, it passed and it became law almost a year ago. So what's happening now? Like, how are investors thinking of it? What have we kind of seen in this space, in the rare disease space post-IRA?
Yeah, it's a great question, and it's one that I think we're getting new data points every day, and so far it's been incredibly concerning. I think those of us who were worried about what we would see under the IRA, I think have had a lot of those fears validated. I know there are a number of initiatives. I think the Incubate Coalition has one that actually track different stories as they come out, but we've seen a number of rare disease treatment candidates and trials that have been pulled. And again, there are all sorts of reasons that things can get pulled, but this has been a factor that's been consistently cited. And I would also flag, because I know this is a talking point that I've heard from some folks that I think warrants a response. Some folks have said, oh, they're just blaming the IRA for decisions they would have made anyway. Candidly, a lot of the context where we're seeing the IRA come up, it would actually be illegal, or they could get in very significant trouble with investors and shareholders for them to be dishonest or misleading about this. And behind the scenes, in non-publicly available documents, they do actually have to justify some of those types of statements. So I will say, I don't think this is pearl clutching, and it's certainly not pearl clutching in the sense that we are in fact seeing plugs pulled. Sorry.
No, I'm just saying it's a matter of math. If you
Right.
do the math, it just doesn't make sense.
Exactly.
To pursue additional, the timing and everything, it just doesn't make sense.
It's totally right. And I will say, I've talked to a number of CEOs who would love nothing more than to launch clinical programs on second rare indications, I should say, and who, if it were up to them, in some cases say, I'd be willing to go for this and take my chances, even with the IRA. Their investors and their shareholders are saying no, and they're not doing so irrationally. I think that the biggest concern that I've heard, and candidly, I've heard this from friends who are in financial services world and with whom I had never had conversations about health policy before at their request and or demand. But these folks are now saying to me, and some are in California and some are in New York, but the perception in finance world is not of a static policy. So I think a lot of these folks, they don't look at the legislation that's on the ground and say, okay, current law, this is how it's always going to be. First off, they expect, consistent with historical programs we've set up under all of the entitlements, that the program scope will get bigger. It will never get significantly smaller. So there's an expectation, for instance, that these price points, either by way of law or by way of insurer practices, will end up expanding far beyond the scope of Medicare and Medicaid, where there already is an automatic trigger under the legislation, or 340B, where there's an automatic trigger under the legislation. So you actually already see direct movement into the commercial market. That makes folks very uncomfortable. The other piece of this is the program's inherently cumulative. This was not understood by everyone that we talked to at the time of enactment, but the reality is every year for the next few years, the secretary will list more and more drugs. Now, those lists are cumulative. So you get added in a given year, your price control or negotiated price takes effect 2 years after your selection, and you're subject to this program until a generic or biosimilar alternative comes to market. And just to be entirely candid, at that point, it doesn't matter much from an ROI standpoint because you're gonna lose market share and you're gonna see massive price erosion regardless, even if the IRA prices were sustainable. And candidly, there are statutory ceilings set under the law such that within the first 2 decades of your initial FDA approval, you are capped at, I think it's a 60% discount from the pricing benchmark they use at the start. And again, that's the ceiling. So I think one of the pieces that's concerning is the scope will organically get bigger. There's an expectation that via legislation over time, especially as folks look for cost savings opportunities, the legislation itself will expand and that it's going to have all these organic effects. And on top of all that, there's no certainty as to what price you're going to get. These are not reviewable decisions. Once the secretary sets the price, you're precluded from any administrative or judicial review. There's no sort of a provision for an arbitration or independent dispute resolution process with respect to that price point. And candidly, they will be able to renegotiate that price at any point on some bases where they're saying, oh, we might go higher, and on a number of bases where they might actually go significantly lower. The last piece I would say on that component in particular is, with all this in mind, if you're an investor and you're considering this potentially game-changing products clinical development program into a second or third indication, you have to look at this system and say, okay, there's a good chance that it will capture virtually any product that's not in one of these exclusions squarely. You have to look at, okay, there's really no guardrail for what the price might be. And just to put a finer point on it, whether you look 5 years, 10 years out in the future and you envision you have someone like a President Trump who proposed international price indexing, which would be incredibly volatile in this space. President Biden, which I think, we don't know where this administration is going to go, or President Warren or Sanders. We don't have any idea what administration will be in place down the line at any given point when your product is priced, and there are no guardrails or checks on that administration. So I think what you've seen is a process that from an investor's and frankly from a biotech entrepreneur's standpoint is ultimately going to be subject to political whims. I look at the current political ecosystem and the volatility. I watch any scenes from the floors of the House or increasingly over the course of the past few days of Senate committees, and I would get very skittish about the prospect of turning over those sorts of decision makings with no floor over to the whims of where the American political system may or may not be in 10 years.
Can I add one other incentives piece too, which is it's not just develop or not develop the drug for a rare disease, it's the order in which you would put them on the market. So if you get the 9 years for a small molecule, 7 before you're put on the list, you will want to get the full benefit of that time period. So the incentive is either for the first approval to be for a larger rare disease or even for not for a rare disease at all, to get the full benefit of your 7/9 years. And then if you've known all that time, there's great potential for a rare disease or a smaller rare disease to hold that till the end. And back to where Christina started, that is not okay for the 95% of people with rare diseases that we might know a drug has benefit, or potential benefit, I should say. and it gets sat on to get the full financial incentives, which drug companies need to make money too, to keep doing what they're doing. I don't have a problem with
No,
that.
I believe Genentech
Yeah.
has already said that that's
Yeah.
exactly what they're doing. If they have a product that it's a larger population, they have an orphan designation or indication that they're willing to pursue now, but they're actually looking to hold off because they have a broader one in a few years, and it just doesn't make sense to launch now.
What it does, incentives are generally about the finances of drug development, and I get that, but this really undermines the power of science and what we know can benefit patients with rare diseases. It really yanks that away even more, and that's in my view, not okay.
Yeah, and there was another drug company last year that was working on a secondary use for an orphan drug, but it would have disqualified it from orphan status, as you were talking about earlier, and so they just stopped pursuing. They're like, well, we're just going to lose out. Like, it will be financially detrimental. We can't make money on it, and so they stopped. Can't justify it.
It's one more thing I wanted to say, just because I think you brought up such a good point on the ordering. I've heard criticisms from both sides of the aisle over the years around reported ways in which folks try to game the patent system. And they'll say, oh, people are very tricky about when they'll apply for certain patents. Now, look, a lot of that is patently unlawful because, the reality is, if you can't sit on some of this prior art for 10 years and then apply for it later, and candidly, you create a much riskier and much more volatile patent market if there are allegations of folks doing that. I would think, if I were someone who felt that that was something that was already happening, I would imagine that this would increase those sorts of risks, and it would increase the need, frankly, for a lot more scrutiny and oversight with respect to patenting, when what I've always heard historically and what I believe is we want folks who discover an exciting new technology that's non-obvious and that is useful to apply for a patent as quickly as possible and to try to get that product through trials and to market to patients as quickly as possible. So I think even from folks who have been critical of what they view as some of the incentives within the current patent system or of potential gaming, I don't see how they would look at this and say, okay, this is a recipe for the type of rational patent system that we want to see and for, again, above board good behaviors. I expect most folks are always going to try to do the right thing, but we never want folks to sit on potential discoveries that are useful for patients or potential discoveries that are useful for patients. And I think it's a significant concern that that would even be a calculation that folks would have to make in this type of regime.
Yeah, and I think looking ahead and looking at the future, I want to ask this question to Amy. So what is the coalition you're working on, working with? Who's in the coalition? And can you tell us a little bit about the priorities, including like the Orphan Cures Act?
Sure.
Thanks, Christina. So as Christina indicated, Levitt Partners is managing a coalition or a task force, as we're calling it, the Save Rare Treatments Task Force, that is comprised of patient organizations, associations, as well as some industry partners that are, then this task force is focused exclusively on the orphan drug exclusion in the IRA and price negotiation there. We made a conscious decision to not call it an alliance because an alliance tends to take on a bigger whole umbrella of issues under a heading. There's a lot of other concerns about the IRA. There's a lot of support for the IRA. We are focused exclusively on the orphan drug exclusion and the potentially unintended negative consequences that it will have for people with rare diseases. We are, I'm happy to say, sitting here for the first time, that tomorrow the task force will be sending a letter of support to the co-sponsors in the Senate and the House, or the original sponsors in the Senate and the House, the legislation that is as narrowly tied to the concerns that this task force has with the Orphan Drug Act exclusion, that is narrowly tailored to exactly address the concerns that we're all talking about here. The legislation has been introduced in the House. The original sponsor was Representative Joyce from Pennsylvania and Nickel from North Carolina, but also has Representatives Davis, Hearn, Bilirakis, Peters, Gottheimer, and Smucker. And in the Senate, companion legislation is Barrasso and Carper. And we are very optimistic because this legislation in the House was originally introduced in September, in the Senate in October. And in these, can I say, busy times on the Hill, pick whatever word you want to use, we are pleased that there is bipartisan legislation that just addresses, go back 40 years, the Orphan Drug Act, someone had to say, oops, I think we didn't mean that part.
Yeah.
And that is what this task force is focused on. So both pieces of legislation address the provide for within the IRA now that a drug would remain excluded from drug price negotiation if it is approved exclusively for rare diseases. So that takes care of the Humira issue.
Exactly.
It also, the legislation, House and Senate, also provides that the clock, the tolling for when you get your 9, 13 years, 7, 11, depending on which one you're counting, would begin to toll at the date of approval of the first non-rare disease. So this is, again, a narrowly tailored task force that we think will solve this hugely important problem and benefit everyone and not undermine the main purposes of the IRA.
That's what I mean. That's the solution I like the best too, because I think it's not about. Yeah, there you go. The inflation.
Agreed.
I mean, overall, it's a tweak. It's not throwing it out, which we could do too, but we won't. And because I think that there are the good parts of it, but that the idea that the clock's starting. Pascal, your CEO actually has done a great job. Pascal Sarraute has done a wonderful job of articulating that, I think, in the press. I've been really impressed with it.
Thank you. And go
Yeah, I just want to say one more thing. I think I've read a lot of media articles about the orphan drug exclusion or the IRA and the program. And unfortunately, a lot of them reference the orphan drug exclusion. So one of our challenges is explaining to people, well, not so much. So it's really important for everyone here, anyone we talk to, when you talk to your investor friends, tell them to speak up,
Yes.
to make sure that we all understand that it may be on the list of exclusions that you already indicated, the limited exclusions, but they're there for the IRA, that the orphan one missed the mark. And it really isn't genuinely going to be, it can't be implemented as intended, in my view. But there is an education piece that has to happen here that the task force also will be taking on. Our SavorItTreatments.org website will also be available tomorrow. You can see I'm doing a shameless plug, but that's my job.
It's a good plug for patients.
Yep.
It is.
No, and I think, Amy, that's a great point to close on. Like, even though it was an exclusion, just like kind of you shared your story, the story of Frank, of the ODA passage, like there was amendments that need to be made. It wasn't really working as intended. And so thank you all to the panelists here today. It was super insightful, such a great discussion. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we would like to welcome our second panel. Mac Haddow, our federal advocate and lobbyist, will be moderating the panel. Mac has had a long career in healthcare here in Washington, D.C. And then Mac will introduce the rest of the panelists.
This is a great piece, by the way.
Thank
Yeah, thank you very much for everyone for being here this afternoon or this morning, and welcome. Just by way of introduction, we'll ask each one of the panelists to give a brief introduction of themselves and their organizations that they represent, and then we'll have a broader discussion about our topic here, which is going to explore the EPIC Act as we go forward. So I'll invite panelists to go down the line and make introductions.
No red dot. There we go. Good morning. Thank you all for coming, and thanks for the invitation to share with you today. My name is Dean Sir. I'm from Oregon. I am president and co-founder of MLD Foundation for Metachromatic Leukodystrophy, lysosomal disorder. 2 of my 3 kids have this disease. One passed away in '95. The other was supposed to pass away 5, 6, 7 years later, and we're still traveling with her and vacationing and so on, so we're blessed by that. But I've been very active in policy, and particularly this whole area of access and reimbursement, as well as newborn screening, detecting children. We have a gene therapy that is under review at the FDA right now.
There we go. Hi, my name is Brett Copeland. I'm the Executive Director of the Dystrophic Epidermolysis Bullosa Research Association of America. It's a terrible email address, so we go by our acronym DEBRA. But more importantly, I'm the father to, actually in a couple days, 16-year-old girl with a particularly severe form of EB. Much easier to say than epidermolysis bullosa. Like Dean, pretty active on the Hill with the FDA and in drug development in general. We recently realized our first gene therapy, topically applied, redosable, the first redosable gene therapy. And got involved in EPIC with Dean and others because of some of the access issues that forced my family to move from New York City to Colorado. We lost our insurance coverage. We had 90 days to sell our house, to buy a house, and move, all during the summer of 2020 COVID. So otherwise we would have had no insurance coverage, and we order about $84,000 a month of wound care supplies. So without that coverage, we would have been broke very quickly. And so I appreciate the invitation to be here today, and thank you for the time.
Good morning, everybody. Jason Slonik. I'm outside policy consultant to RAAP, and appreciate everybody's time today and look forward to the discussion.
Great, thank you. And just by way of perhaps an anecdotal silver lining about the decision that we're facing here, where Senator Klobuchar was unable to join us because of a conflict unforeseen, I was in a similar meeting like this in the early 1980s when Senator Kennedy was supposed to speak at a luncheon during the meeting. And he had to cancel because of a weather issue in getting out of Boston to come here to D.C. And so there was this great disappointment, but I was sitting around with some people there that attending this seminar. I'd been sent, frankly, by Senator Hatch to actually hear what Senator Kennedy was going to say, because at the time there was some tension between the two. Senator Hatch had just taken over as the chair of the Help Committee, which was then a different name, and his relationship with Senator Kennedy, whom he had deposed because of the election, wasn't great at the time. And they, of course, mended that relationship and had a decades-long friendship later. But I had a conversation with a person that I would not have met except for the fact that Senator Kennedy canceled. And it developed into a decades-long friendship where we were able to abuse that friendship with one another by taking advantage of knowing each other and building relationships and networks with other people. So it was a great thing. And about 8 or 9 years later, I was sitting in the hideaway in the Capitol with Senator Hatch and Senator Kennedy in a late night meeting, and Senator Kennedy asked me, well, what's the most valuable thing that you've got out of being able to meet with Senator Hatch and I in these kinds of discussions and my relationship? And I said, well, actually, it was someone that I met because you didn't show up to give a speech at a thing. And he said, well, maybe I should quit going to these meetings and everybody can replicate that experience. So take advantage of it. I think it would be a great opportunity to meet someone. My involvement with RAAP is not just because of a commitment from a client relationship. In our family, we have suffered with some conditions Crohn's, which is not necessarily rare, but debilitating and challenging in our family, and we have many with Crohn's disease in our sphere family. And then I have a grandson who has hemophilia, and it's difficult. But it pales by comparison when you hear the experiences of families that meet these challenges every day in order to deal with rare diseases and the impacts as caregivers, as parents, and as family members. And it is truly humbling to consider why these kinds of meetings are critically important to inform the public policy that surrounds this. And I can tell you, and I'll conclude my part of this with a confession. In the early 80s, I was in the Reagan administration, the chief of staff at the Department of Health and Human Services, and at the same time was the acting administrator of HCFA. And we were in this huge negotiation with the U.S. House of Representatives about a particular healthcare policy that we wanted to have done. We had enacted the DRG system, which squeezed a lot of money out of the healthcare system. We were also looking at restructuring Medicare. And we had an all-night negotiation session. And the chair then of the Energy and Commerce Committee in the House had told everyone in this meeting that he was going to leave at 4 a.m. And we either had a deal then or we didn't. And so we were rushing towards making that deal. And unfortunately, we struck a deal on a program that's called the Medicare Advantage program about what the balance would be between the commercial participants and Medicare participants would be. And we came to a number of 50%. 50% had to be commercial patients. Now, there was no data that drove that decision. It was a late night, under the gun decision, and we plucked a number, and oh, guess what, 50%. It was a colossal mistake as we watched that program evolve and the restrictions that that placed on access that Medicare patients would have in that program. It reduced the number of available Medicare Advantage programs at the time, and seniors flocked to them because it expanded benefits for them in terms of available services and outside of the traditional Medicare program that they got for their fee-for-service. We made a mistake, and I only say that because this happens in legislative negotiations, and it happened with the IRA. We know that. And sometimes there are unforeseen consequences, and sometimes the groups that are left out are rare disease patients, because those that are looking at the overall cost sometimes ignore the unique circumstances we face here. And so the EPIC Act is a technical correction to legislation that has been enacted over the past 2 decades, maybe a little longer in some cases, where fixes have to be made, because we know that it's not just a tune-up, it's something that has to be fundamentally restructured in some cases in order to allow for patients and their families to have access to therapies that right now the system gets in the way of doing that. These are challenging things because there's always a cost associated with it. How do we find the offsetting revenue in order to pay for these things? And obviously, anytime there's money involved, somebody is going to be left on the floor having taken a haircut, and we know that. But sometimes those people are the ones who deserve to do so. Sometimes we're going to have to add money to a system with traditionally groups that we don't particularly favor generally. We all know the big, bad pharma companies. They're awful people, right? They're the only reason that we have these therapies that are life-saving. And the tension that often exists between patient advocacy groups and the pharma industry, which is enhanced by sometimes the well-meaning but misplaced efforts by congressional staffers that get in the way of those negotiations, don't generate good public policy. That's why the EPIC Act is so important. We need to start restructuring, tweaking it, making these technical corrections as we go forward. So with that introduction, I'll ask each of the panel members to provide their perspective on what value the EPIC Act will provide, its feasibility for passage as we look forward over the next year of session of Congress, and your personal perspective on how we got here in developing the EPIC Act itself.
Excellent, thank you. And I would say there's another part of that audience you talk about that's viewing big bad pharma, of which I'm a partner with and appreciate and love. Actually, a lot of it's small biotech, but is the general public. So it's not just what we do and what we're working on, but how things are perceived. And I think that can get in the way of a lot of this as well. So Epic RD, that little RD tag at the end of it, this is focused on rare diseases. The roots of this come from a group of advocacy organizations, and I should call out Terry Klein out there from MPS Society. She's part of this group I'll be talking about. And there's an empty seat on the panel if you want to wander out, or if we say something wrong. But about 3 years ago now, I believe, 3.5 years ago, just about the COVID time, about a dozen of us got together and started just talking about what are our challenges in this access space. In the rare disease space, kind of the general rule of thumb we use for patients is about 50% of the patients are children. 50% of the children of the patients are on Medicaid. And that is a real struggling point for us. And as we all know, Medicaid is state-level policy, so the policies vary from state to state. And so when we have these challenges with rare diseases, we have to we struggle in fitting into kind of that standard flow in terms of all the challenges with access and reimbursement, particularly when it's a government program and it's got a structure and a momentum and so on. So about a dozen of us got together, started bouncing around these concerns and these ideas, and for better or worse, it was pretty easy to come up with a pretty long list of things that we wanted to, that amongst us, that we wanted to see addressed. And we started trying to whittle that down and realized that there wasn't a lot of whittling to do, that these things are problems. They're a little different from one disease to the other, but generally we're all experiencing very similar problems and challenges. So we started talking about now, what do we do with this? How do we take some action? How can we get some change or some improvements? And that is what led to this legislation. We're fortunate to have been partnered with BioMarin and some of their staff, so we've had some of their resources and support, and you'll see, for compliance reasons, at the bottom of all the paperwork, and I hope you all have picked up one of these on the way in. If not, grab that over lunch or on your way out. But it says supported by BioMarin, but more importantly, it's been developed by advocacy. This group of advocates, it's dwindled. We're probably about half our starting group that are actively engaged. We're meeting very regularly, and we have turned this into legislation that indeed is EPIC. And ensuring parity through individualized care is what that stands for, to be consistent with the acronyms on the Hill. But it's also EPIC, and we acknowledge that there is a lot of detail. We're covering a lot of ground. As we talk over the next few minutes through some of the pillars of this, you'll say, oh, well, that's maybe part of that legislation, or that's being addressed here and there, and that's all fine with us. We don't care whether this goes through as one big bill, smaller bills carved off, whatever. We just want to see these problems addressed. But we thought that the focus needed to be broad and comprehensive, so that as you're thinking about maybe this, you don't forget about the other pieces. We know that making the sausage here on the Hill takes all kinds of ingredients and processes and steps, and we're flexible with that. But that's kind of what got us to EPIC RD over the past 2 or 3 years. Where are we? This is kind of our first public coming out in a broad-based forum environment. We've been doing a number of visits on the Hill. There's not a bill number. We don't have formal co-sponsors, sponsors or co-sponsors at this juncture. We're really, as I kind of joke, we're kind of in the elementary school process of this, and we're just becoming junior hires. We're just trying to really, get our cliques and our groups and our momentum and our efforts in place. But I think very quickly now, because of the feedback that we've been getting from coalitions and groups such as this, and frankly, the responses on the Hill as well, that we're going to be able to make some dramatic progress. As to whether it's completed in this Congress or not, that would be a big question, but that's okay. We're knocking on those doors and whittling through. So maybe I'll turn it over to Brett, and you can continue on.
Sure. Well, we have socialized this before, not in this. I mean, we've met with some elected officials, and of course, the first question is always, what's it going to cost? Always. Even before you have finished saying good morning, what's it going to cost, right? But the most important part is it's all about access to different things, whether that be the therapies that are being developed and commercialized now, whether it be medical supplies or whether it be access to physicians in a cross-border or cross-state concept. The heart of all this has been access. We realize that it's a monster bill, so EPIC has become much more of an umbrella term for us, and we've really broken it down into 3 pillars at this point. And yes, we would merge it with other bills out there. We would have other bills merge into this, whichever. Because one thing that you learn as a rare disease parent is to adapt, change, modify, and move forward. So the 3 real pillars that we've had here is access to rare disease therapies, certainly as they come to market. And as we heard earlier, the IFA is certainly, or the IRA has been problematic. Everyone's moving to small molecule drugs now anyway. And places like BCG and others are telling people to move to small molecules, so hopefully that doesn't hurt us in the long term. Anyway, back to this, sorry. Access to specialized care should be easier. When you have a rare disease, you most of the time have to go to a number of different institutions across the country in order to get holistic care. So when we were in New York, we had to travel to Cincinnati every 2 months in order to get care. We have been seen at places like Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, Columbia University, University of Minnesota, Colorado Children's, Cincinnati Children's, what I'm missing, 5 or 6 places that we've had to go. And we've always had struggles in having the physicians be paid for. Were we allowed to go see? This could be, Cincinnati was the only place where my daughter could have dental work done in the country, right? And dental caries are a big problem within our disease. It's also the only place where nurses are trained in the simplest of things like securing an IV. Sounds pretty simple, right? Securing an IV. There's something out there, it's pretty much duct tape, clear duct tape that they use to hold an IV in place, and that is, in many cases, would take the skin directly off of a child's arm. So just having a nursing staff that understands some of the other advanced bandages that need to go through the purchasing departments, and so it's important for people to have access to the 4 or 5 centers in the country. And now that's an embarrassment of riches for our disease state. A lot of places only have 1, center of excellence that can treat holistically. So the fact that we have 4 or 5 is pretty impressive. So the need, it's more than just medicine. It's supplies, it's wheelchairs, it's medical equipment, supplies, medical foods. My child can't eat because of all the wounds inside of her mouth. If we didn't have tube feeding at night, look, we're lucky to get 1,200 calories in her a day, and her caloric needs are more along lines of 25 to 3,000 as a tiny 15-year-old. So it is critically important that patients have access to all of these things. The new drugs that are out there, clearly, for us, the gene therapy, the topically applied, is healing wounds, which is the hallmark of our disease. It's an inability to produce a protein that allows the two layers of skin to bind together. So this actually delivers a working copy of the gene, an off-the-shelf gene, which is pretty impressive already, to 2 different type of cell lines. And these wounds are healing, and they're healing within 3 to 6 months when these wounds haven't healed in years. So if you can think about that, and if 60% of a body is an open wound, it may take a while to really change quality of life, but we have seen such a dramatic improvement on some of these wounds that we're looking at. The most important thing that we've seen is the change in hope, right? And a good state of mind will get you out of a bad breakup. It will get you out of a bad time at school or being in this building for too long sometimes. So, again, the 3 pillars, incredibly important. All are very necessary, but we realized in order to move this forward, we had to break it up a little bit because you have to allow the state Medicaids to have flexibility in what they offer, but we believe there should be a minimal standard.
So one of the important things that Brett just mentioned about these 3 pillars is that not only does it serve to educate the members of Congress here, but it also serves to educate the actual state legislatures and the state houses. Because principally what EPIC is about, it's about modernizing the Medicaid program. Going back to when Mac was a young man, when Medicare was invented in 1965, Medicare and Medicaid were principled on the fact that all health care is local. And for those, particularly the parents here, know that having somebody, a loved one, who is suffering from a rare disorder, that is not a local access enterprise in healthcare. And over time, Medicare has evolved to some extent related to allowing for more of a broader network for access for care, but Medicaid has not. So one of the principles, one of the pillars that Brett just mentioned is across state boundaries, right? And it's very complicated. It's a morose of paperwork if one patient, particularly, right, you think about this in the Northeast, you think about where other parts of our country where states are clustered, where one patient needs to go across state lines from Massachusetts to Rhode Island, New York to New Jersey to seek the specialist who can freely move, by the way, between the states, but the patient cannot. It becomes a significant barrier to access for patients who are living with a rare disease or disorder. And the EPIC Act really goes to serve to try to solve that problem for families. And it's a crucial piece of the puzzle, the access puzzle, that is. And special thanks to BioMarin for really blowing this up as an issue, for you guys for educating the Hill on it, and hopefully all through the state houses as it relates to how important it is for the industry and the patients we serve to break down those cross-state barriers. Number two, the way that the EPIC Act tries to modernize access in healthcare, in Medicaid particularly, is through formulary review. And so what happens now today is that this manufacturer signs a rebate agreement with the state. It's a quid pro quo. You state, you have to cover our drug. We give you a 23.1% rebate. It's a little lower for pure pediatrics, but that is the quid pro quo. Within that, the states are, in their mindset, right, they have to cover it how they're stuck, to use a bad word. So they have other tools, they try other tools to prevent immediate access or ensure appropriate access, if you want to use some bureaucratic language. So what has occurred over time is that 6 months, 9 months, 12 months go by before the state reviews the drug, puts it on its formulary, and allows patients and families access to the drug. What the EPIC Act does is really expose that in two ways. Number one, it says, look, you states, these patients are, right, by definition, they are accessing a rare therapy. You need to provide patients, providers on the review committee who actually know what's going on here in order to review the drug and make that process fairer to the families, number one. Number two, you need to do it in an expeditious manner. Right, this delay is reprehensible in a lot of ways. So to me, those are two very important factors of EPIC. I agree with you. To me, who cares how it gets done? Let's get it done, right? And applaud your efforts in getting that. Education on that. CMMI, which is a part of CMS, chartered with trying to develop new access models, is hearing you and understanding you. I don't know if you guys have had a chance to meet with CMMI on some of their models that they are focused on, particularly on the upcoming gene therapies for sickle cell. They are very focused on that. They recognize the cross-state issues in there, so I also encourage you, because you know the Hill talks to CMS a lot on that too. And then thirdly, as Brett mentioned, there are all these other tertiary services that are equally important, like feeding tubes and supplies that are also part of this that Medicaid typically, if it covers it all, covers at such a low rate, it might as well not be covered. So to me, I'm honored to work on EPIC. It is a tremendously important endeavor. 1 in 3 births in this country is a Medicaid patient, and so we need to, as a society, really do a better job in providing for Medicaid patients. So I think, you know, I think it was Brett or said that, you know, get one of these on the way out, and you know, let's bring it to the top of the floor, or the top of the pile.
Thank you to each one of you. Obviously, the big issue that always comes through is how are we going to pay for it? This is the challenge that all public officials have to wrestle with in balancing these issues. We heard on the last panel that the incentives that were created by the Orphan Drug Act, once it was properly amended to allow for the flow of those incentives to actually impact new drug development in rare disease therapies, that we opened up that pipeline. But the interesting thing is that as much as we incentivize the development of those therapies, and there's lots more to do, obviously, there wasn't a corresponding effort to make certain that once the therapies were on the market and available, that there was access to them by patients for which they were developed in the first place. So you have this huge challenge, and we've heard in a previous RAAP, or last year, I think it was last year, maybe 2 years ago, when we did a RAAP briefing like this, we heard the family of a child that had spinal muscular atrophy that was being denied because of the cost, a gene therapy that would have saved her life. And that family engaged in what was, from every respect, a catastrophic economic event in their family. But they desperately wanted to save their child. And it took the courage of a provider in Colorado, without any assurance that Medicaid would pay, that they actually dosed that child to save her life. And we experienced, while the mother was speaking, the child who otherwise would have been completely debilitated or dead was there waving. And you don't do that. Spinal muscular atrophy babies lose their ability to do it, but because the courage of that hospital, that should not happen, right? We know that there should be access once we develop these miraculous therapies. So from your perspective in looking at the EPIC Act, what is the solution that will reduce the need that Medicaid directors have to erect those barriers that Jason talked about? Because they have to. They have to limit the access in order to accommodate budgets. So what's the solution EPIC provides?
So I don't think everything is about money, but not everything's about money. A lot of this is, and I hate to jump on the bandwagon of equity because I see it just kind of like an umbrella that we're now hanging everything on. But these therapies give quality of life, not just extension, but quality of life and or life in many cases. And the challenge, the broader challenge with rare diseases, and particularly in the Medicaid side, is that these therapies are expensive, but they're not available in your state because that's not where the center of excellence is. And you talk about a nurse that can deal with sensitive skin, or I don't know what the right term there is, to do an IV. I mean, I jump in and they poke me and I wince. That doesn't happen with your daughter at any site. So one of the key focuses here is coordination across state lines. The center of excellence, the doctor on the receiving end of that, the out-of-state doctor, needs to be certified by the sending state. That doctor needs to be reimbursed as if they were in the sending state. The same thing for whatever the therapy that you would hope would be available, in your home state. I mean, with MLD, it's not the gene therapy, but a different therapy. We sat, and I literally sat at the doorway to the office of the Medicaid review. You find out where those places are. They're not very exciting buildings. But I built up a relationship with the Medicaid review manager there. We were trying to get a family to get a therapy in Pittsburgh. You say they're right outside of Chicago, and Chicago has wonderful medical facilities. And in this case, it was a transplant, but they don't have MLD and inborn errors of metabolism as much experience. And we wanted this family to access the best experience, but we had to go through all of these hoops, and some of them were, we don't want to send anybody out of state. But a big piece of them were, we don't have a contract in place. We don't know how. We would have to do a one-off contract, and then how do you set the rates? And should there be a discount, or should there be a premium? Is Illinois a higher-paying state than Pennsylvania? I don't know, but there's just a lot of mechanics in there that we need to take those barriers away. So when we say access, somebody has to have a checkbook, but it's about how do you get to that point. There's another provision in EPIC that says if the FDA has approved your therapy, right? That's what we all strive for, is approved therapies. That label however narrow, however broad it is the label you need to follow. The Medicaid system does not get to narrow that label because of perhaps taking another look at the clinical trial data and saying, well, you didn't have quite enough patients on this end of the label or whatever. It takes away that ability for, and I believe it's an improper ability, to be a second FDA, to be a second regulatory agency that says, no, FDA says this is good, but no, I'm smarter. I think this is where we really should be targeting. So I just caution that money's important, but it's not everything here, because in rare disease, you can't get everything you need in your local care center.
I'm actually going to answer your question directly, right? And here's the big problem. You need a longer-term view on this, which is the problem. We don't have problems in other parts of our budget in borrowing. We don't have other areas that we run deficits, right? The reality is this: in the long term, these therapies, these treatment modalities that need to be approved save money in the long run. You have to get beyond the living paycheck to paycheck, right? And you have to take the longer term view of this. We know that these gene therapies will reduce costs over the long term. What is that horizon? For us, in my prior world, Excel was my friend. I don't think I could eat dinner without Excel, right? And even now, looking at it as we've built an economic burden of illness model, and I've forecasted out the use and the costs of the gene therapy. It's $485,000 a year after rebates, looking at a 7-year return, right? And that's when the costs start going down. By the way, that's the same return that you get for a direct mail in nonprofit. It takes 7 years to get to profitability or to start making some money on it. So that's the approach we need to take here, and that's a difficult approach to convince people of at this point when it comes to health. And it's funny, it's really in health where that's the issue. It's not in every parts of the budget. And that's the argument we need to make, and those are the patient stories. It is quality of life, right? It is cost mitigation. And these things are possible with these expensive advanced therapeutics, but over the long-term horizon, you're going to show an ROI and a reduction in cost.
So this budget window, maybe Jason can address this. We know traditionally that the Congressional Budget Office has this black box where they do all of their calculations and they produce a projected impact on the budget. And everybody just rushes to that and say that's the gospel truth. So that's the framework we have to operate in. But what you've just expressed here, Brett, is the need to look beyond that budget window, to look at the cost recovery and the true long-term continuum of care cost in these situations in order to properly evaluate it. Jason, how do we get over this hump with?
Well, what's interesting is, you mentioned the federal side. The congressional budget window is 10 years. What Brett is mentioning is that in many states it's 1 year. Right, and so that's an impossible paradigm for a family to run up against with a child who's on Medicaid, because that's just wrong, right? I mean, I don't know who. It's an indefensible position to say, well, I have to make all my money back on this year on the therapy. So I completely agree that we have to do a better job sort of explaining that, or maybe not explaining, but just sort of help them fix that, right? Maybe it's got to do a better job at the state legislatures in order to sort of allow for more than a 1-year ROI for their budgets, because they know if they're spending the $2 million this year on the gene therapy, they have to find the $2 million to balance that budget. So that is something that, from an operational point of view, is a really unfortunate challenge in access at a lot of the states currently. And secondly is sort of a bigger philosophical picture, which is sort of to say, yes, not all healthcare spending should be budget neutral, right? What else as a society should we be investing our money in than the healthcare of our children and like you said, equity from a Medicaid population? So I challenge the principle that all healthcare spending should be budget neutral to begin with, but that is also a significant uphill battle. But the two sort of merge when you get to this situation where you have to unfortunately manage state legislatures' requirement to balance their budget on an annual basis. And in other healthcare groups across the town here, when trying to engage with one possible solution, which has been value-based contracts and value-based agreements, this is where we've run into that, these problems, which is how I sort of know about it. So it is and why I go back to my early comments about education and, right, what you guys are doing is great. I would like to see some of this EPIC Act become an EPIC at every state in a lot of ways.
You know, we went through the process this past year in the MLD community with an ICER review. And I got to tell you, going into that, I was pretty shaken in my boots. I didn't know what to expect. A lot of the discussion about ICER is less than complimentary. But I do have to say that the process was transparent. It was very interactive. We were an expert reviewer, so we were kind of helping to drive and educate them. And it turned out pretty good for us. And I just want to reinforce what Brett said. They're looking at, and again, I'm not a fan of quality of adjusted life years and all that kind of measurement, but using that scheme, to use the British term, using that approach, it said this multi-million-dollar therapy, $2.4 to $3.7 million was the price range they gave for it, is cost-effective in our community. So having that data, having those numbers, the Every Life Foundation, those of you that aren't familiar with their recent couple of studies, one was the burden of rare diseases. I think they did that 2 years ago, 3 years ago maybe. And they just came out with another one, which is the cost of deferred diagnosis. Both dramatic numbers and only looking at a small subset of the rare community. I would say the good news, bad news is, from a budgeting perspective, is rare diseases are rare. So that even though it's a multi-million-dollar therapy, there's not going to be a dozen patients in Oregon with MLD. We've been around for 20 plus years. We kind of know what the birth rates are in the various states. And we're not going to have that many in Oregon. You won't get that many here in Virginia or Maryland or whatever either. So the millions of dollars are not times thousands or tens of thousands. They're times handfuls. The bad news is, if I put my budget hat on, though, is that gene therapies and some of these expensive therapies are being developed and studied and submitted to review at an ever-increasing rate. We're figuring out how to, all the smart people are figuring out how to turn the crank on these therapies and replicate them in multiple diseases. So we do need to, pragmatically, we do need to be thinking, not next year's budget, but 5 or 10 years out, what's the cumulative effect of a lot of these expensive therapies. And gene therapies aren't the only expensive therapies, just because we're at several $1 million with wonderful results. We've been using transplant for a number of years. That's a $500,000 to $700,000 therapy. It's not small molecules, but small molecules, even with a small community, they need to get a return on the investment there as well. So this is not just a gene therapy problem. This is an overall community problem.
By the way, one other thing about access here, it lowers costs. When you provide access to specialists that can help develop a treatment plan, you end up spending less money over the long term. So this is kind of like, build your basement now before you build your house. Otherwise, you got to build your basement later on, right? Or at least the structure. And so, yeah, I mean, like I said, we're not living paycheck to paycheck. It's hard, the balanced budget concept. It's hard to get over. But these are the arguments that we need to make in this. Rare diseases, 10% of the population, $1 trillion in healthcare spending? $1 trillion. We can reduce that cost.
That's only 300 of the rare diseases, of the 10,000 plus diseases.
So we have a panel on state issues, and I don't want to traipse too far into that area, but as Jason appropriately pointed out, the relationship that state budgets have in dealing with federal allocations in the Medicaid program are obviously limited by the different budgeting windows they use. State legislators are dealing with a balanced budget requirement year to year. I think even in some states, if the legislators fail to balance the budget, they're subject to be incarcerated. And maybe that should be true in every state, and maybe here in Washington. But that not being the case, this is the reality of what we have to face with. So in that respect, how is it that we can confront this tension where in state legislatures, the private pay insurers come in and make their arguments about how a high-cost patient is going to destroy and drive up premiums, destroy the equitable distribution of premium allocations. And state legislators have to deal with that, and they are not typically insulated by staffers who can protect them from all of the advocates on both sides. And we all know that insurance companies have large budgets to fund lobbyists who have direct relationships with these state legislators. So that's a real problem. How do we break through that on a state level to make sure that state legislators understand, and how can we empower them to account for rare disease patients? And what's your experience been in having to break through those barriers?
Well, for my family, we, on a personal basis, we actually pay for private insurance for my daughter, who is on Medicaid, because we can't get what we need or what we want her to have for quality of life, access to therapies and resources. And she hasn't had a life-saving therapy. She's terminal. But we can't get access to all of that just on Medicaid. So my heart goes out, and I speak to these families all the time, where their only access to any services is through Medicaid. It's not in EPIC, but one of the things that has been brought up as we've been floating this is some sort of concept of maybe even a reinsurance, and that's probably the wrong term to use in the federal side of things. We see this in the private market where maybe an organization is self-insured. I had a situation. I was working with a family outside of Houston, firefighter, and they needed access. They were getting access to the gene therapy, and we ended up talking to their insurance company. Come to learn, they were just managing self-insurance, so they're the operational side of that. But they use self-insurance reinsurance for these large budget items. So that's something that might be worth considering. I don't know the logistics or dynamics of that, but where the federal government comes in and says, you know what, Oregon or Rhode Island, pick a small state out here, you may not have the resources to deal with this, but we can come in and provide some of that support. And likewise with maybe some of the larger states, if we're not spending as much as we forecasted for some of these therapies because the patients aren't being identified or for whatever reason, that there's a way of we can't take from one state's money to the other, but if there's an overlay of sorts, there's a way of balancing that out.
I guess they call that risk pools.
Yes, well, yeah, exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
No, and the other thing to realize is not all state Medicaids are created equal. We didn't have the ability to have commercial insurance for my daughter. Oh. Our insurance plan raised, this was not the first one to do that, but raised our premiums 500%. It went from $2,400 a month for a family to $11,500. So we did not have an option. No insurance plan would provide us coverage, and reasons why you don't go to the healthcare.gov. But so we needed to pick a Medicaid that she is Medicaid dependent. We had to leave New York, generally considered Medicaid rich. It's not. I mean, it does have money, it just doesn't spend it very well. And Colorado has proven itself to be probably one of the strongest Medicaid children programs in the country. We got a gene therapy approved for her within 30 days. She gets everything that she needs. All her medical care is better than Blue Cross Blue Shield, Aetna, United Health combined, right? So once we start looking at, okay, not all states are created equal here, and that's where the minimal sort of coverage requirements have to come in, whether it's a reinsurance model, a risk pool, something along those lines. And unfortunately, I mean, here's the sad truth. It's not going to happen until a president's daughter has a rare disease. That's when it's going to happen. It's when a senior senator, name the state, has a kid with a rare disease. Things change, right? And, that's the unfortunate part. No matter how much, and I have screamed into the wind at this enough times. I understand budgets. I live on a budget. Right? I get the need, but, if I need to, I have credit cards and I can borrow and I'll pay them off over time. right? And I think that's still, when it comes to, I mean, you've heard people say our children are our future and all that kind of crap. Well, it's time to put up or shut up, right? This is 10% of the population that has this problem, right? And this is something like Epic. This is one of the reasons why Dean, I, Terry, we got together, because it's not just about our disease communities, right? It's about all the kids. There's no such thing as a good pediatric disease, not one, right? I mean, atopic dermatitis in a kid is going to be difficult, let alone some of these other much more complex, isolating diseases. So that's why the Epic RD concepts of access across state lines for treatment, to streamline prior authorizations, to streamline the process of when you are denied. I mean, it took us 8 months to get a wheelchair for a kid that can't walk, right? I mean, that was in New York. In Colorado, it took 17 days. So they're not all created equally, and this is where that minimum standard has to come in. And this is something that Epic, by title, kind of wants to ensure.
You know, we've danced around sort of the big picture here, which is which risk model does society want to choose, or maybe a mixture of them, to provide to provide access, right? Because nobody's paying for any of this directly out of pocket. This isn't like, right? And so we have a couple of different risk-sharing models, right? We have insurance, who then offloads risk to reinsurance, right? That's one side. What Mac mentioned is the other side, which is, you know, if every person paid $2 more in premiums, if it was only $2, to your point, right, then we would spread that risk over a larger population. And what person wouldn't self-insure $2 more a month against a $500,000 a year disease, right? So it goes back to what I said before, which is those conversations aren't being held, I think, in earnest at the level and or in the depth at the level where it needs to be, which is at the decision makers here. And it may not happen until somebody really needs to own it here or at the state level, which is how can we best spread the risk such that everybody gets, you know, the equity of access to care. And it might be a mixture where everybody decide, you know, on a Medicaid managed care, everybody pays a little bit more in premiums and there's a reinsurance on the back end for the state. Or some states may want to do one or the other or something like that. But we have gone to the point where our clinical advancements are, where we do have these outliers, and we need to figure out a better way to move that bell curve a little bit to include and spread the risk a little bit better, and we haven't gotten there yet.
But I tell you what, I mentioned this earlier, we have private insurance and Medicaid for my daughter. My wife pays all the bills, so I don't know the exact numbers, but it's $400-ish or so per month for she's 43 for my daughter. So she's in the healthy age range, and we can't, you know, no pre-existing conditions kick off and those sorts of things. The first 4 or 5 weeks of the year, the state Medicaid is paying for everything, because that equates to, and here's a different topic for a different bill, but the out-of-pocket and the copays, Medicaid in Oregon is paying for that. And then come February, sometime in February, the crossover occurs, and guess what? Medicaid, for the most part, skates. So they've paid whatever our $6,000 out-of-pocket is, plus $400 a month, so forth. So they're paying $10,000 a year for the care of my daughter, which is dramatically, by at least an order of magnitude, if not two, above that. So there's a simple answer. Maybe if Medicaid would simply buy private insurance, which you could call reinsurance, you know, the system, of course, that would put a ripple effect back in the private insurance and so on. So nothing is as simple as you want it to be, but it can be done. And if I can do it once and we can do it 10 times for families, or 100 or 1,000 times, we can start to figure those things out. But I think it was your comment, Israel put, which is, should healthcare, you know, as it sits as a priority for us in this country, our values, does it have to be cost neutral? Should it, you know, or I shouldn't, should is probably the wrong word, but that, I think that's a fundamental assumption we're wrestling with, and it's not. It's not cost neutral. We spend a lot of money on health care in this country that's managed and comes through the government side of things.
I think much of the policy that we generate and that Congress often relies upon, as do state legislators, is driven by data analytics.
Yes.
And the data analytics sometimes, well, often does not reveal the true circumstances that they're left out by the data. Families that suffer, caregivers that are required. I mean, there are untold costs on families that, as you all know, with the person or family member having a rare disease that's not accounted for in treatment. It's lots of other things. And those analytics don't account for those kinds of things. We see at RAAP on a regular basis analytics driving policy at the state and federal level that's talking about high-cost drugs. And those high-cost drugs don't account, the analytics don't account for the fact that some of those high-cost drugs are rare disease drugs that do not have a patient population from which a good R&D recovery can occur in terms of the cost of those drugs. And it's impossible for the rare disease patient to meet that burden for the true cost of that drug. So obviously, we need to improve the way that we look at this. We need to improve on how we analyze how that data actually impacts. And some of the people that frustrate us are well-intentioned people. They think, oh, this analytics shows that we have to suddenly squeeze down on these costs, but they're squeezing out of that the very lifeblood of R&D for new therapies that are essential to look at the additional rare disease therapies or improvements in existing therapies of rare disease patients. I remember when I was that acting administrator at HCFA, and now CMS, I was tasked to go and give an award to a neonatal intensive care unit in St. Louis. And I used the talking points and I recognized this neonatal intensive care unit that had been credited with the best recovery rate for newborn children with difficult conditions. They were saving lives by the hundreds that other hospitals just weren't achieving. And we recognized them, gave an award. At the end of that press conference, the director pulled me aside and said, we really appreciate this, but we're shutting down in 3 months because of your DRG system. Yeah. Because you enacted the diagnostic-related groups, and those limitations on reimbursement forced our hospital to shut down the neonatal intensive care unit. Now, when I heard that, the response was, we found a creative way to keep them open. That's the challenge, is that when we identify these anomalies, these unintended consequences of data that ignore or undercount the reality, we have to find those pathways to correct it. And that's what EPIC does, I think. It provides Congress the opportunity to look at specific buckets of underreported, understood, not very well understood areas, and that's the key to it. So I'll let each of you finish with the closing comment before we break for lunch.
Yeah, thank you. That burden of care study that I referred to, the Every Life Foundation put out, identifies that the cost of rare disease on us as a society is not just how much did that drug cost, what was the hospital bill. I think it was only about 40% or so of the dollars are directly attributable to what would you find in an electronic health record or insurance billings. The majority of those costs are related to a parent that needs to quit to take care of their, in this case, we're talking about children or their loved one. In some cases, both parents, modifications to their homes, things that aren't covered by their insurance or by their Medicaid. That could be travel to a specialty center. If you're not going to get reimbursed for it, you need to make that decision whether you're going to do what you're going to do for your kids. And I got to tell you, 9 times or more out of 10, parents are going to do anything they can for their kids, and they'll deal with it later. Let Visa take care of it, or whatever it might be, or GoFundMe, or whatever mechanism that is. So we need to understand that we're not the patient is the focal point, the child in this case, but it's everything around them that's impacted. Not all of these therapies are curative, but when we talk about quality of life, does that mean that child is less of a burden financially, medically, as life goes on, in addition to having a better life? Does it mean maybe they can get a job and pay taxes and pay into the system that will benefit another child? Those things are important. Parents that stay at work or don't have to have additional child care or whatever, all those expenses. So we need to be thinking about this as not just, we always talk about 1 in 10 is affected with rare diseases. That's true. They have something in their medical record. But I would argue it's 2 or 3 or 4 in 10 that are directly affected. The parents, I don't know what it is, 1.5 per household. The grandparents, the neighbors, the pastor, teacher, boss, school bus driver, whatever it is, knows what's going on with that family. This is a society challenge that we need to step up to. What we've done with Epic RD is bring a big menu to you. There's a lot of choices. There's a lot of issues in here, and as we identified when we first started chatting, we're willing to attach bits and pieces of this. We're willing to be allies on whatever legislation you might be thinking of, or creative ways of moving things forward. We just want to deal with these issues. I really appreciate the time, and thank you very much.
As a caretaker, I just want to make life for other caretakers just a little easier. Just a little easier, right? We talked about what you give up, the unknown costs. Well, I can directly tell you how much income I've lost, you know, I left a professional career, a very well-paid one, to go into nonprofit, which is not very well paid, right? The amount of time that I have had to take off, that my wife, she had to quit her career, to driving to Cincinnati, which was a 12-hour drive, to stay there for 3 or 4 days, to come home. It's funny, I was recently rewatching a show called The West Wing. It's one of those shows I can watch 1,500 different times. Anything Aaron Sorkin writes, I'll watch. There was an episode talking about sending your kids to college and how it should be hard, right, to do this. This is our job as parents, to care for our kids. Just make it a little easier. I think Epic makes it just a little easier. And in the end, I'll take that.
Mike, you ready? Go on. I'll just say, as a swamp creature, I will say to keep. It's frustrating. The sausage making process is not pretty, as you guys know, but keep on trucking. I look at all the advancements you've made at the FDA, for example, right? Getting the patient voice heard at the FDA. There's been a tremendous progress the last couple of years on social equity, social determinants of health, identifying article in the Wall Street Journal today about being more inclusive in clinical trials. So while it's not occurring at a fast enough speed for anybody, I mean, sort of legislation never does. I encourage you to keep pushing, and we're all here to support you in your journeys.
Thanks to everyone. Now it's lunch, right?
Care policy for Senator Tom Tillis, a member of the Senate Finance Committee. From North Carolina, Garrett received a bachelor's degree in political science from Campbell University and a master's of public administration from North Carolina State University. He has extensive background in government and public policy, having worked in local, state, and the federal levels. Prior to working for Senator Tillis in 2019, Garrett worked for the Speaker of the North Carolina House of Representatives. So please welcome Garrett Daniel.
Hi, everyone. It's good to see you. Thanks for having me here today as a stand-in for Senator Tillis. Wish he could be here today. Just want to come and say a few words about all the good work that you all are doing here, a lot of which those priorities Senator Tillis shares, particularly in terms of increasing access, reducing regulatory burdens, and really, at the end of the day, making sure we're doing the work that folks, particularly here, I think sometimes forget about when it comes to regulatory burdens, when it comes to trying to address some of the well-intentioned, but I think misguided impacts of the Inflation Reduction Act, particularly on drug development, particularly on innovation, particularly on R&D. And so just really appreciate all the work you all are doing here, and don't want to spend too much time and almost want to kind of make this a Q&A, if that's fine with you, in terms of kind of what the senator's focused on, especially in his role on the Senate Finance Committee, which I know most of you know, has jurisdiction over federal payers, Medicare, Medicaid, things like that. And so before we get into kind of the Q&A piece, if y'all do have any questions, one thing the senator has been very focused on, especially this year with his new committee assignments onto finance, is finding ways to not necessarily reinvent the wheel, but really work within the margins to make the system work better, especially for rare disease patients who may not have that advocate, may not know what their next step is, and may not have a support network to really lean on and rely on. And so I appreciate all the work y'all are doing, some really good work. Advocacy matters, particularly in this space. So just wanted to come and share kind of our views, what we're working on, but want to turn it over to y'all if y'all have any specific questions or comments on this topic specifically, or just generally in kind of the healthcare field as it relates to North Carolina. Senator Tillis and the Senate Finance Committee. So thank you all.
Expensive and
Well, I think to your point, when we're looking and working through that, you look at the substantive policy side, and then you look at the cost, right? And I think especially in the environment that we're in today, it's very hard to get something across the finish line if there's a large cost without an offset. But I think really pulling back the layer, the idea that if we don't front load our investment in a way to get the desired outcomes we want, the question is not if we're going to spend the money, it's when we're going to spend it. So do we want to spend it on the front end and get the desired outcomes, or on the back end when it's really too late to get to where we want to go? And so to your point, we have been working closely, and I think everyone in this room would probably agree, as it relates to CBO and the way they score things. We have very heated disagreements sometimes with the way they score and the lack of dynamic scoring in terms of the inability or just unwillingness to calculate future preventative savings. And so particularly on the cost concerns, what we try and do is start from the beginning and talk about, and really one of the top topics is, what is the cost of not doing this now? And so for those difficult policies, whether it's cost or substantive policy concerns, I think really just sitting down, having stakeholders at the table, sitting down and working through those are important instead of just moving forward with it. Because to your point, I think here today, things need to be bipartisan. There are cost concerns, the dynamics between the House and the Senate, and the general way we approach those policies. And so I think really at the end of the day, getting folks in a room, having the tough conversations, and understanding something that the senator says a lot, we agree on usually 100% of the goals. It's the means to the end that we sometimes disagree with. And so that's something that we work through a lot, particularly in the healthcare space, as you know, which can become very controversial, very complicated very quickly. But just being upfront, being open, not moving the ball, not hiding the ball, and kind of drawing a line of what you're willing to kind of agree and accept to. Yeah. So a couple weeks back, I guess end of October, Senator formed the first ever bipartisan Senate Mental Health Caucus with Senator Padilla from California, Senator Smith from Minnesota, and Senator Ernst from Iowa, with really the goal of making sure we continue to increase access to mental health services, particularly for adolescents and youth. I think we've seen over the pandemic a disproportionate impact for that population, even for the geriatric population as it relates to mental health, substance use, loneliness, social isolation. So one thing we're really focused on, and it comes from the senator's personal story, if you hear him speak, he's had a personal experience with a mental health crisis, and I think the number today is 1 in 5. So 5, 6, 7 people in this room are going to experience a mental health crisis. And so it's less on the awareness piece, it's more on reducing stigma and making sure at the end of the day folks are facilitated to the resources that they need when they need them. And so one thing we're really focusing on with the creation of the Bipartisan Mental Health Caucus, and I think we have about 30 members now across the aisle, across the country, is the implementation of the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, which was really one of the largest, if not the largest, investment in community-based mental health and substance use care in American history. And so as we begin to work through that and see the administration implementing it, that's one of the largest goals of the caucus. And really at the end of the day, for us to provide a forum for other staff and members who may not be as familiar with mental health issues, with awareness, with stigma, with services, and really, again, trying to streamline programs and make sure, whether it's on a community level, state level, residential treatment program, inpatient setting, that folks know they can get the care they need when they need it. And so I appreciate that question. We're looking forward to working with you all and other folks to really just have that venue and that forum to have these hard conversations that folks may not already be aware of. So thank you.
Hi, Terry Klein, National NPS Society. It's good to see you. One of the areas that we've come across in this past year, working with our patient community, not just in North Carolina, but across the country, but in North Carolina too, is approved therapies that are still having difficulty to access those first treatments, those first infusions, taking 6 months, 7 months, 9 months, not having bed space, not having the ability to get access to the therapy. I wish, if I could have a wish, I wanted to know how we could put together some type of a group that could be looking at these painstakingly issues that really shouldn't be issues. And how do we have a streamline of an important group of people that came together that could bring these things back to Phyllis's office, back to you guys, so you have these areas. Because we do have 3 social workers that work with us. The amount of triage that we have in our organization is incredible. And I know it's not supposed to be this way. And I want to be able to get to answers for the future children that are diagnosed or adults that are diagnosed.
Yeah, that's right. Well, it's good to see you, and I think you hit on one point. It's not supposed to be this way. I think when we look at the entire ecosystem and continuum of drug development, of the approval processes, of the coverage and reimbursement mechanisms, so often, and I know we've talked about this before, we can knock the cover off the ball on everything leading up to coverage. And if folks at the end of the day don't have access to these innovative, life-saving treatments and cures, then everything else we do in these buckets before that don't really matter. And so it really is a disservice, and I think at the end of the day, having that accelerated access and just access period as the North Star has got to be the way to go. When it takes 12 to 15 years, $1 to $3 billion to get to the point of FDA approval, and then on the back end, folks not being able, if it is approved for that treatment, not able to get it. But even outside of that, when we talk about off-label treatment, I think we see a lot of promising studies, both in compendia and in peer-reviewed medical journals of treatments when there is no alternative. So one thing we're working on, and I talked with Tara about this yesterday, is the Access to Rare Indications Act. And the idea that we have got to move the ball forward on off-label coverage of treatments through Medicare and Medicaid for individuals with rare diseases who have no alternative. And so I think that's kind of the 2 buckets we view it in. Number one, as you described, having FDA approval but still having serious issues on coverage, on reimbursement, on accessing things that are approved for that condition. But on the other hand, also having treatments that are effective, more effective than the alternative, of which many times there is not one, as you know, making sure they have access to that as well. And so I think it's kind of a give and take approach, but your point's well taken on the need, particularly on the FDA-approved treatment side, to make sure at the end of the day, folks are getting what they need, when they need it, and where they need it. And so I appreciate that. Yeah.
You mentioned what you mentioned in our meeting yesterday about the head and the heart.
Yes. Well, and I think, and we were talking about this yesterday, the topic of rare disease and the topic of mental health, I think, really are some of the bipartisan healthcare issues of our time. And so something the Senator says a lot in both of those spaces, and I think if you go through and see the work, particularly in the healthcare space that Senator Tillis works on, it's policies in which the head and the heart meet. It makes sense from an emotional, human perspective to make these changes, but also from an economic perspective, from a federal payer perspective, it also makes sense. And so when you combine those two, you can make the case itself. And I think within the mental health space, within the rare disease space, when you have those two concepts together, it's really hard to beat. And I think it gets back to your question on having kind of the head and the heart in one place, really taking that next step and having those conversations on substantive policy differences, on potential cost concerns, or any other things that may come up, because at the end of the day, and we were talking about this yesterday, we can see all of the numbers. 95% of rare diseases don't have an FDA-approved treatment. We can talk about the coverage issues. We can talk about all of the issues, particularly I think within CMS and even FDA as it relates to accelerated approval. At the end of the day, we have got to make sure, especially on the rare disease side, that we are not losing focus of our goals. And I think a lot of times, to your point, we have those shared end goals in terms of increasing access, reducing regulatory burdens, addressing well-intentioned but misguided policies. And I think looking back to IRA, whether it's the small molecule versus biologic designation, whether it's the orphan drug piece, whatever it may be, really having those conversations on what more needs to be done and really understanding and taking a step back and really realizing that particularly the IRA, I don't think is this perfectly drafted piece of legislation that we all thought it was, or some folks thought it was, and it's time to go back to the drawing board to make sure at the end of the day we achieve the goals that you're talking about and the one that you alluded to.
One of the big problems with access on patient access are PBMs and insurers capturing copays, and they use copay accumulators to maximize their policies. What's your boss's view of that and your prognostication for copay accumulator reform legislation?
Yeah, well, we are fully supportive of the copay reform and really making sure that insurers and PBMs are not able to double dip. They're taking money and the copay accumulator instance, they're taking money and pocketing it and then turning around and saying, well, I'm sorry, that didn't count towards your out of pocket. And they're asking for more. And so in our view, it really is double dipping. And I think that falls into the larger category of removing regulatory burdens, whether it's the Safe Step Act and step therapy and prior auth, whether it's the copay accumulator programs. And one thing that I think we've been very fortunate to work on on an extremely bipartisan basis. Earlier this summer, the Senate Finance Committee marked up and passed out of committee the Modernize and Ensuring PBM Accountability Act. Unfortunately, did not include any policies on the copay accumulator piece, but I think more folks are becoming aware that this is an issue, and I forget the number of states, I'm sure y'all do, I think it's north of 40, maybe north of 45 that have state-level regs as it relates to copay accumulators, and so I think that in and of itself underscores the need to have a federal framework in terms of how we deal with those programs. But secondly, and going back to the Modernize and Ensuring PBM Accountability Act, really takes a lot of steps, particularly in the Part D program, to rein in the problematic and unfair business practices of PBMs. When you have vertically integrated, horizontally consolidated entities that can set reimbursement rates, particularly from the pharmacy perspective, but can set reimbursement rates for their subsidiaries' competitors, that doesn't sound like a free market to me, and at the end of the day, it's adversely impacting patients, especially with rare diseases who may be on specialty drugs, maybe on biologics or biosimilars. And so really taking a step back and seeing the whole ecosystem, I think, going back to IRA, I think the intention was to kind of take a sledgehammer to the manufacturing side of the equation, thinking if we just have government set prices moving forward, it's going to fix the problems downstream. I think it's not going to do that. And I think as we see PBMs continue to grow, I think, looking back to the 70s and 80s when they were initially created, they really were valuable and provided value in terms of negotiating prescription drug benefits. I think today, the rules of the road need to be revisited because from 1980 to today, we've seen tremendous change, as you know, in the PBM-insurer relationship and the vertical integration there. And so it really is on us to revisit the rules of the road because I think when we see artificially high prescription drug prices, some of the PBM practices contribute to that, particularly as it relates to the rebate system, rebate aggregators, and the idea that PBM compensation can be directly tied to list price. There's no incentive to lower list price, and we see the gross to net bubble as it relates to medication continuing to grow and grow. And so I appreciate that question. And I think it really, in terms of, again, we're not trying to reinvent the wheel. We're working within the margins to make the system work better. And I think Safe Step Act, I think the Improving Seniors Timely Access to Care Act, and I think the copay accumulator bills all fall within that category.
Appreciate it. My name is Brett Copeland. I appreciate a lot what you're saying, especially in the mental health side. My initial career was a clinical psychologist, so appreciate that. And I like a lot of policies you're talking about. Now, with that said, please take this in good spirit. We have a lot of families that are having a very difficult time in North Carolina accessing, DMEs and wheelchairs, and particularly in North Carolina as compared to some others. So what would be the best route to help them?
Yeah, I think that's right, and thanks for your work, particularly on the mental health piece. As you probably know, 31 counties in North Carolina do not have a practicing psychiatrist. And so that in and of itself, you zoom out, is a huge problem, and then you see the lack of I think what we as in the federal government promised when we began some of the deinstitutionalization efforts in the 50s and 60s to replace it with a community-based 24/7, 365 behavioral safety net regardless of ability to pay. We don't have that. And so that's one thing, going quickly back to the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, the nationwide expansion of the certified community behavioral health clinics, I think is going to be a game changer. We see in Missouri, we see in Oklahoma, we see in Texas, huge success, whether they're within the Medicaid program, whether they're within the SAMHSA demonstration program. All in all, as it relates to hospital capacity, as it relates to law enforcement diversion, as it relates to people getting care they need when they need it. But to your question on the DME piece, I think that's an important point of this moving forward, and happy to follow up with you in more detail, but there are provisions within the Senate Finance bill that we just marked up last week that deal with some of the DME pieces and making sure some of the planned cuts do not go into effect, because I think we know what cuts result in, and that's decreased access or no access at all. And so happy to follow up with you on that, but I think it's an important part of the conversation that's sometimes missed when we talk about DME as opposed to treatments and medicines and access. DME is just sometimes forgotten about. And so I appreciate your focus on that and happy to follow up with you in depth offline. Yeah, thank you.
Hey, Brent Belmont, we all know process-wise, there become certain opportunities where we can actually legislate. Committees have been doing, all healthcare committees, fantastic work, putting together their lists of things for end of the year, maybe end of the year, January, whatever. What do you think is in the realm of possible?
Yeah, I think that's a good question. Wish I had a crystal ball. I think, right, I think things are extremely fluid, as you know, particularly on the appropriations front. And I think as we look toward, I think it's a January 19th date and a February 2nd date, which, again, I was just telling someone earlier, I think we're getting up to speed on what that means and what a laddered CR actually is and what that means for federal government operations and between January 19th and February 2nd, what we do with those agencies included versus not included. All that to say, I think particularly within finance jurisdiction, some of the bills that we've reported out, they are widely bipartisan, fully offset, and have good substantive policy in there. And so I think it checks 3 of those boxes that gets it to the next stage, which is when we get to January 19th or January 20th, we're going to have to begin having, hopefully, the conversation on full year, or I guess year-end appropriations to get us through the end of FY24. Given it's bipartisan, offset, good policy, we would hope that, particularly what the Finance Committee has been working on this year, we can take it off the shelf and put it in any moving vehicle as it relates to appropriations in the mid-January to mid-January to early February timeline. I think what's concerning for us is continually operating under CRs in which there is a desire to keep long-term permanent policy changes out of those CRs for obvious reasons. And so as long as we can get to the conversation mid-January, early February on long-term, finishing out FY24 in terms of appropriations, I think we have a really good shot of getting some of this stuff across the finish line. But if we continue to go the CR route, I just don't see a way in which we can include long-term broad policy changes across, even outside of healthcare, but across the board. No. Well, thank you all. Thanks for your advocacy. Thanks for having me. I was joking with you. Always the B team here, but Senator sends his regards and appreciate your advocacy. It really does mean a lot. And as I was saying earlier, we can see all the numbers, and sometimes we lose the forest through the trees here, but your advocacy matters, it counts, and I think to put a face and a name and a story with some of those percentages we see nationwide is really a game changer. So thanks for the work y'all do, and looking forward to staying in touch after this. Thanks. Thank you.
So we'd like to thank Garrett for taking the time with us. He was very willing to pinch hit for us, and look forward to following up with him on a number of issues. So we are going to shift gears now for the afternoon. We had a little bit of discussion about state issues this morning. However, this afternoon, we're really going to dive into those issues. As many of you know, RAAP has been involved in a number of state issues across the country, whether it's copay accumulators, PDAB, prescription drug advisory boards at the state level, implementation of those, as well as working with some of the state-based organizations for legislators to help them get better awareness and understanding of rare disease access issues. We are very pleased that we are moving forward with a project with the National Conference of State Legislatures, where we are working with them to build a state patient access focused committee within NCSL. And so this is a first step to hopefully having broader conversations with state policymakers in an area where they feel comfortable, they're with their colleagues, and we can talk to them about rare patient issues. And so this is really a big step forward, and we are excited to be partnering with them. With that, I'd like to introduce our moderator for our next panel. Tara Britt is a member of the RAAP board, and she has been extremely involved in a lot of state issues, including newborn screening. And so Tara will be moderating the panel and introducing her panelists. So we'd like to turn the time over to Tara.
I want to thank Garrett, first of all, from Tillis's office for stopping by. We had such a great conversation yesterday about rare disease, and he makes me proud to be from my state in North Carolina when I'm not always that proud when it has to deal with rare disease issues. So we've got a lot of work to do, and I'm just very thankful for people like him that are very invested, and for Senator Tillis as well. So I am very passionate about newborn screening. I was in San Antonio last week at the Women in Government Conference and talking about this on a panel, and I start out and end the same way. Newborn screening saves lives. And heard Brett and the previous panelists talking about the long, diagnostic journey and about moving from state to state because, every state differs. There's not like a federal regulation. Like with newborn screening, we have the RUSP. That's only recommended uniform screening. And currently, there are 4 million babies that are born and their families benefit from newborn screening through early detection of the disease and the delivery of life-saving treatments. 12,000 of these babies will be identified with a newborn screening condition each year. And newborn screening is widely accepted as one of the largest and most successful disease prevention programs in the history of the U.S. CDC recognized newborn screening as one of the 10 most important public health achievements of the century. Now, this number might be different, Dylan, you can probably correct me, but this is based on some information I had in the past. Currently, 33 states do not screen for all of the federally recommended conditions, leaving hundreds of babies undetected without timely treatment each year that often contributes to early death of these babies. What we call this, or what I've been learning from patient advocates that I work with across the country, they call it death by zip code. Because we do have the recommended uniform screening panel, and because it's only recommended, I can remember talking to one of the patient advocates in Louisiana, and she said, she says, if I had lived 2 states over, my child would be alive today. That's just, I don't have words for that. So with that being said, I honestly, I was talking to Garrett about this yesterday, and I've been working with Klobuchar's office a little bit about this. I really feel like it should be more mandated for states to have to follow these, but I know that there's budget issues, and Dylan's going to talk a little bit more about this coming up. But anyway, my name's Tara Britt, and I am founder and president of the Rare Disease Innovations Institute that was started in North Carolina initially. I co-wrote with a patient advocate, and I have to give her full credit because it was her idea. We co-wrote legislation to form the first Rare Disease Advisory Council in the nation, and that's in North Carolina. Now we have, in North Carolina, I've got new legislation in to expand our council. Now, if only some of our legislators would want to hear any bill on health care, then we may get somewhere. So I work with a lot of state legislators. I was with my friend Laura Bunnell here, who is a mom to 2 cystic fibrosis children, and we were testifying on the Michigan floor a couple of weeks ago with their RDAC. So there's a lot of important work going on with this. I just feel like, I think that's just the saddest thing to say. I live in a state that my child would have, lived if I had lived in this other state. And you're almost penalized, especially people in the rural areas where I'm speaking from North Carolina, but it's all over in the other rural areas. They don't have access to the same type of health care. I live 20 minutes each from Duke, UNC, NC State. Wake Forest is not that. So we are home to the Center of Excellence for so many of these rare disease. We have Terry Klein here, head of the MPS Foundation. It is just, every state has issues. You just have to keep plugging on and trying to make a difference. So with that being said, would you like to please introduce yourself and then?
Hi, so again, my name is Dylan Simon. I'm the Director of Policy at the EveryLife Foundation for Rare Diseases, where we focus on development of and access to rare disease therapies, cures, and diagnostics. So here, obviously talk to you about the diagnostics portion. And so before I kind of jump into newborn screening and the role of that, and Cynthia will talk a little more on the general diagnostic section. Dean cited some of these numbers earlier, but I think they're always important to be repetitive on such impactful numbers. But from a 2020 study of the National Economic Burden of Rare Disease Study, we're able to show that in 2019, the cost of the rare disease to the healthcare system was just under $1 trillion at $966 billion. And to Dean's point, that was only looking at 379 rare diseases, which is obviously a very small portion of the known 10,000 rare diseases. And so within that cost, 60% of that was non-direct medical costs. And so we know that this is not just inpatient visits, not just outpatient or prescription drugs, that we know that this is lost income, what the cost of installing a ramp in one's home. And so we know that there are a lot of costs associated with that. But in addition, we also know that within the direct medical costs, that the largest driver of direct medical costs was inpatient visits. And so the reason I highlight that is because we took that as well as additional information around the Diagnostic Odyssey, which states that it takes on average just under 6.5 years to receive diagnosis within the rare community following the onset of first symptoms, and often can require you to, can require patients to have to visit almost 17 specialists before they receive their diagnosis. And so the EveryLife Foundation wanted to really kind of dive deep into what is the cost of the delayed of the Diagnostic Odyssey. And so we were able to publish a study earlier this year that really looked at that. And really at the core of that is the fact that we were able to show that on average, looking at 7 conditions, 5 of which are pediatric onset, and 3 of which are actually currently being screened almost nationwide on newborn screening panels, that the average cost was $220,000 per family during the delay of receiving the diagnosis. And so that range, there was a huge range from anywhere between $86,000 to just over $500,000 per family during the cost of that delay. But within the newborn screening space, we know that that has such a huge impact, because when we're looking at those numbers, we're looking not only at medical costs, but we're also looking at lost income. In addition, we're trying to understand essentially the productivity loss, and so we were looking at, okay, what is the cost of having to go to an inpatient visit? And so there had been studies out there that suggested that we associate that with 1 day loss of work productivity. We also know that's an extremely conservative estimate. That's if you're close to your doctor, if the doctor is even in your state. And so if you're having to cross multiple state lines for that inpatient visit, we know that you're losing more than a day along the way. And so that also paired nicely with what we'll get more into the newborn screening spaces, because when of the 3 conditions, which were SCID, Pompe, and ALD, which include within that study, you saw huge differences in terms of the cost associated with the family with that Diagnostic Odyssey, because when a condition is included within newborn screening, that cost goes to 0, because you have that early, timely diagnosis. And so that pairs well with our newborn screening monetization white paper that we put out in September as well. And I'm not going to go fully in depth into some of the proposed solutions. I'm happy to answer questions about that later on, but it really kind of fell into 4 key themes. And those 4 themes, really we're looking at how do we modernize newborn screening and ensure the fact that it does remain one of the most successful public health programs. But we also know that there are challenges that exist within the program today. We know that the incoming wave of innovation, both on the screening as well as therapy side, is going to lead to more and more communities wanting to utilize newborn screening as a diagnostic option. And we want to ensure the fact that the communities that have the data, that have the evidence that support the addition to newborn screening panels are being added as quickly as possible. And you're not getting situations such as an MPS II, where you had an FDA-approved treatment for 20 years before it was officially added to the federal recommended panel. And delays like that is not just, those are lives. Those are lives that we weren't able to provide that early diagnosis for that amount of time. And so what we looked at was, again, those 4 key themes. So the first was looking at increasing federal accountability, transparency, and leadership on this issue. States do play a major role within newborn screening, and I can talk a little bit more about that later. But at the end of the day, these are national issues. When you're having to cross state lines to see a specialist, when the committee that oversees the addition to the RUSP is a well-staffed, volunteer-staffed committee with experts from around the country, and it still takes them at a minimum 9 months to truly understand the evidence behind it, asking every single state's newborn screening advisory committee to then go through that data themselves is asking a lot. And so we know we need more federal leadership. We also know that the Federal Advisory Committee was set up in its current form in 2008. Since then, a lot has changed. Primarily in 2017, we saw the first FDA-approved cell and gene therapy. We know that's going to have a huge impact on the newborn screening system in terms of who has the FDA-approved treatment, who has the care standard available to meet that requirement to be added to newborn screening panels. And so to really call for new federal leadership on this issue. The second is really looking at more of the state aspect of how do we help the regional lab, how do we help labs add these conditions? And so it really looks at how do we properly implement a regional lab network? Because the times of asking every state to do everything is probably behind us. We need to recognize that these labs, the resources are short, and to ask them to all of a sudden to find that gap of what they have versus what they need, it might be asking too much. So how do we ensure the fact that the expertise that is out there, because you take a moment to, if you have the opportunity to speak to these state lab directors, speak to the programs themselves, you know that the expertise is there. It's just a question of a resource and be able to leverage that expertise. So how do we create a regional lab network that can allow for that to work best? And so the third theme was really looking at data collection, and it was really how do we ensure the fact of increased transparency around data to ensure the fact that what works best is being implemented across the country. In addition, you hear a lot of conversations around, well, we don't necessarily have the data to support this. And so if we can continue to show that when you have what some may say not enough data at the beginning, that's a lot of that's, especially in the rare disease space, is because we're dealing with small disease populations that developing the data set that they hope to have may not be as possible as they think, but that we know that if you have, you can have a strong data set from a smaller population, and then you can see moving on, such as SMA, that there is huge impact when you actually add it, and so increasing that data transparency. And lastly, which I think will pair nicely and lead into Cynthia's conversations, is how do we properly integrate genetic testing? Genetic testing is already done in some fashion within newborn screening, typically on the confirmatory side of the program. But there are lots of conversations and lots of studies being done on how to integrate genetic testing into the full newborn screening program and have it be more of a potentially more of a first-tier test or second-tier test as opposed to a confirmatory test. However, that is not as straightforward as one may think. And so making sure that we are not getting lost in the coolness of the technology. My educational background is actually in the sciences. I worked in a microbiology lab for my grad school work. And so I'm well versed in the, this is a really cool new scientific toy. And genetic testing is that. And I don't want to belittle that fact. The technology is amazing. The technology has to fit into our public health system. And during the roundtables that led up to this white paper, there were multiple state lab programs and state lab directors that said in that roundtable, we love genetic testing. We think it could have a huge impact. We just aren't prepared or able to integrate that into our program. And so that is not a nothing statement. These are very smart people who want to do good, who have spent careers in state lab programs, working hard and earning less than they can get in other places, who are saying, we just can't do this. And so making sure that we're taking the time to step back and say, how do we properly integrate this that's going to ensure the fact that we're improving equity, not creating new inequity? And so with that, I'll pass over to Cynthia.
Great.
Thank you, Dylan and Tara, and thank you, RAAP, for inviting me to participate on the panel today. For those who I'm not familiar with, my name is Cynthia Benz, and I'm the Senior Vice President of Public Policy at an organization called the Personalized Medicine Coalition. I've been with the organization for 6.5 years now. Before that, I spent more than a decade at an organization called the Alliance for Aging Research, focused on aging issues, Alzheimer's and physical frailty in particular. So if you would have asked me back then if I would be sitting on a panel about pediatric rare diseases and also being having a family member who was recently diagnosed with a rare disease, I would tell you I don't think so. My family has a very interesting gene pool, but it's a very messy one, and it's one of the reasons why I love working at the organization I do so much. But just a little background on the organization itself. It's been around for 20 years. It started as 13 members, and at the time, it was around the time of the sequencing of the human genome, and about 13 individuals came together to say, just because the science is really cool, it doesn't mean that every patient is going to have access to it. So we need to find a way to work through some of the thorny issues to make sure that science-based innovations are incorporated into the healthcare system appropriately, and so everyone can get what they need. And one of the things that the organization's used as a benchmark for the last 18 years or so has been what percentage of approvals at the FDA are actually considered to be a personalized medicine. So that would be something that has some genetic or genomic basis for either diagnosis of the disease, whether or not it guides treatment or removal from treatment. What we found when we first started looking at approvals in the personalized medicine space, there was less than 5% of the new drugs that were approved by FDA that would be considered a personalized medicine. And at that time, it was 100% of the drugs were in oncology. Over time, that number has grown. In 2018, about 42% of all of the new drugs that were approved by the FDA were personalized medicines. And this is where RARE comes into play. Instead of 100% being in oncology, more than half of the drugs were outside of oncology, and that was split between both rare diseases, common chronic diseases, and infectious diseases. For 8 years, the percentage of approvals at FDA has been about a quarter personalized medicines, but we still see that sort of increase in the number of products that are approved being in the rare space. What we found when we started looking at issues around whether or not the system was prepared to actually take up some of these therapies outside of oncology, we took some learnings from oncology and looked at what was leading to a lack of utilization for personalized medicine oncology products. And the vast majority of problems with patients not getting access to treatments in oncology strictly were focused around the healthcare system not being equipped to be able to handle the pace of innovation that was coming to them, and a lack of clarity around the coverage and reimbursement environment for diagnostic tests that were guiding treatment. And just a sobering statistic in oncology, we did a study on non-small cell lung cancer this year, and any of you who actually still get commercials on your TV will know that non-small cell lung cancer is basically the alphabet soup of biomarkers that fit to guide your treatment. And still in oncology, we only see about 36% of patients getting access to targeted treatments that they're potentially candidates for. So if we can't get personalized medicine delivery right in oncology, how on earth can we expect to get personalized medicine right for patient populations where you have maybe 10 patients who could get access? Started looking into the genetic sort of testing environment for rare diseases, and what we found is there are just a varying suite of things that you see for EB that Brett spoke about earlier, his daughter's condition. It's a monogenic condition, so there are actual single gene panels that can be used to diagnose and confirm that if it's something that a doctor suspects that a patient might have. There's multi-gene panels. Where multi-gene panels have been shown to be pretty effective is if you're dealing with epilepsies. Epilepsy is not just one thing. There's a number of different kinds of epilepsy. Some of them are actually treatment resistant. And being put on a treatment for epilepsy could be really problematic for that patient and that family. And we've worked with a patient's family who they had their child diagnosed with a number of things before epilepsy, but until they had a multi-gene panel, they actually didn't know that their son had treatment-resistant epilepsy, and he was put on treatment, and they spent more time managing side effects than actually dealing with his seizures themselves. So he was markedly better once he had that testing. And then you get into the really, really cool technologies, I would say, things like whole exome and whole genome sequencing, and that's really where there's a lot of promise for some of the conditions where, you have pediatric patients present in the intensive care unit, they're, very ill, no one knows what to do, and in those cases, you need as much information as possible, so in those cases, something like whole exome or whole genome sequencing can be most beneficial. At the top end of testing for whole genome sequencing, I would say that the most expensive that it would be is $15,000. But if you're dealing with a patient that can get on a treatment that's going to change their life, I would say that that is something that's totally worth it. It's actually coming down in price now. It's been a lot. It's a lot more commercially available. But the problem is that we're finding that in states, someone did a great job of explaining on one of the earlier panels the number of pediatric patients that receive their care through Medicaid. And most states don't cover genetic and genomic testing. They don't have consistent policies. They don't have clarity around, what should be available to patients. There's a lot of denials. In some cases, the testing is considered to be experimental. And I would say that if the most expensive and most complex of the tests were commercially viable 6 years ago, it's unacceptable for us to say that this is something that's experimental. It's beneficial. So, we have been really fortunate to work with the rare disease community, and just about everybody who's an advocate in this room has worked with us on federal legislation that I can go into more detail about. But it would do a number of things. It should provide guidance to states that they should already be covering this through their existing benefits. It would establish a 3-year pilot. Brett spoke to the 1-year window that most states have. This would take it outside of the 1-year window to provide financial assistance to states to actually cover the testing, to collect data on whether or not this is something that's improving patient outcomes. And then, by and large, we want to see this become something that doesn't become a state decision, that is something that is available to patients in all 50 states. And so it would also provide for a study for how we could responsibly do this for every state. But I'll stop talking and let's see.
This is really good, and I want to echo to what Brett was saying earlier about the diagnostic journey and how it takes, many cases so long. I had a friend that died a couple of years ago of HHT. The average diagnosis time for that can be up to like 18 years, and unfortunately, she passed that on to 2 of her daughters, and it's fatal by the time you're in your early 50s. And what Brett mentioned earlier, and I was talking to Garrett about this in Tillis's office yesterday. I don't quite get it because if you catch it early, it does save money in the long run. But I also would like for you all both to expand on, I hear this quite a bit when I'm working within the states. We're very fortunate in North Carolina. We have quite a few genetic tests, counselors, geneticists, and UNC, Duke, and other places. Talk about these states and what are the issues maybe going across state lines for genetic testing. Do you all have any input on that? With so many states that don't have it.
Yeah, I would say most of that's driven by the centers of excellence or areas where there are providers or research that's being done in specific diseases. I would say things like whole genome sequencing, there's already efforts in the states to provide coverage for them for patients up to a year of age in some cases. But when you're looking for that answer and you need to get it quickly, you'll go wherever you need to do that. So I think that's. Yeah.
Why don't you Cynthia, talk a little bit more about the KIDS Act?
Oh, sure. We're going to call it, we can call it whatever we want as long as it gets done. So the Precision Medicine Answers for Kids Today Act was a bill that was introduced in 2021 initially, and it was a product of a number of years of discussion among stakeholders on what it was going to take realistically to move forward on making sure that there is access to genetic and genomic sequencing. There were competing proposals, I think, at the time of whether or not everyone should back a specific technology and push for that to be covered in all 50 states. I believe at the time, and still continues to be the case, that the consensus is that, you know, if a patient needs access to a monogen or a single panel test or a multi-gene panel test for their disease, that's something that should be covered, as well as everything down to whole genome and whole exome sequencing, which still is largely uncovered in most states. And what we think is really important about the legislation is that, you know, there have been studies, and our organization, the Personalized Medicine Coalition, has put out studies to show the potential cost effectiveness for things like whole genome sequencing following the current guidelines for diagnosis. So we look to the American College of Medical Genetics for the guidelines that they put out for use of whole genome sequencing in pediatric patients. And they do recommend it as a first line for certain congenital abnormalities and neurodegenerative diseases, and a second line for patients who haven't gotten a conclusive diagnosis using other types of standard of care. And just looking at that, and I would say we use QALYs in our study, which is you know, something that we shouldn't talk about, but even using something that's, you know, potentially discriminating against a number of different populations like the QALY, it actually showed that under conservative assumptions that whole genome sequencing and whole exome sequencing are cost effective and being used in a wide variety of populations. And once you get outside of that 1 year time window, it's less clear. So there should be these other options available. And we use that, and we take it to the Hill and we say, you know, how can you argue that when you have treatments that are coming to market and the deciding factor between whether or not a patient gets on this is a definitive diagnosis, and in some cases, if it's a progressive disease, getting that diagnosis early, how could you argue that this isn't something that your boss should be supporting because the testing itself is cost effective? And so, you know, we were fortunate that we found champions in the House and Senate to take up the mantle. The Precision Medicine Answers for Kids Act is the House version of the bill, and it does cover the widest variety of tests. And the first thing that it would do is clarify from CMS the guidance to states that's required to show that this type of testing should already be covered. They have something called the Early Periodic Screening, Diagnosis, and Treatment Benefit in Medicaid, and there is no way of looking at that to say that you shouldn't be covering these tests already for patients who need it. End of story. The bill, once it provides guidance, it then looks to establish a 3-year pilot program in up to 15 states where states can apply to be a part of the pilot. And in doing that, they would be able to get assistance to be able to offer this test. And it gives preference to states that financially can show that they can't otherwise afford to do it. But you do need to collect the data to show that this is something that, you know, why you're denying any claims that come through. What are your criteria for providing coverage? And, you know, what are the outcomes from that? And we think that that's something that's really missing and would be beneficial from the legislation. And then the last thing I'll mention is the National Academy study. This is something that was an idea that Congressman Swalwell had many years ago, was to look at a National Academy study to advance precision medicine in all disease areas. Right now, it's included in the legislation as a way to build off of the pilot program to make evidence-based recommendations for how you can broaden coverage to all 50 states. I think we've found ourselves in sort of the challenging place of, you know, how much is this going to cost? You know, in an environment where a lot of people don't want to see I think the heavy hand on what Medicaid programs should do, getting bipartisan support for it this year for reintroduction, but we're working really hard to do that. So if this is something that you care about or your boss cares about, would really love to work with you on it.
Thanks, Cynthia. Okay, Dylan, North Carolina was very thankful for you. I was very thankful for you in working with our state newborn screening lab director. And Terry remembers this day too, because we were so excited when we added MPS, ALD, Pompeii to our newborn screening. And then you said, hey, let's put a time limit on when. So COVID hit right after we added this. And our state lab director is wonderful, Scott Schoen. He is a leader, a true leader in terms of state lab directors. I did feel sorry for him because during COVID, I harassed him on a regular basis. Why is this not moving forward faster? We have COVID. Well, we have kids dying of rare disease. That's just how it is. So there are challenges. I would like to ask you from the Every Life, and I love working with the Every Life Foundation, I have to say that. So what are the challenges going into states with enacting this type of legislation like we did in North Carolina to put a time limit? What do y'all see as your challenges going into the various states? Because we don't have enough guidance from the federal level. We might have some guidance, but it should be at a federal level where these rules are. So talk a little bit about that.
Biggest challenges is typically the funding side. A key part of our legislation is making sure we don't want to create unfunded mandates. So we don't want to create a situation where we say you have to screen for this condition in 3 years and hopefully you can find the money. Because we know that in general, public health is underfunded and state labs are no different, and state labs are much more than just newborn screening programs. And so what we don't want to do is create a situation in which they're having to move money around from another important program to cover newborn screening costs. And so a key part of that legislation, which North Carolina actually already had when we went into pass the legislation, was how do you ensure the fact that there's a long-term funding source? And so that can come in a variety of ways. Newborn screening is unique because there are a set of newborn screening fees that are already covered by insurance. And so increasing those fees typically is, from a cost perspective, pretty easy. From a regulatory perspective, is a nightmare because the fee typically has to go through the rules process, which can be complicated. I will say we're actually working with legislation in Wisconsin this year, and their rules process is unique in the sense that if the Department of Health puts out or any department puts out a regulation or a rule, then it then goes to the state assembly, and the state assembly has the ability to approve or deny any proposed rule, and that complicates everything. Which is a long way of saying states have unique rules process, and so getting fees increased is the cleanest way, but still a challenge. However, with a newborn screening, there's always going to be a potential kind of what I call an upfront cost to adding a condition. So when adding new condition is going to require validating the test, ensuring the fact that you have the right equipment, potentially hiring new staff, and all of that is going to be kind of new upfront costs. And that's where you get to the appropriation side. And so that's where, in some states, we'll work to ensure the fact that there's required appropriation requests to be included in governors' budgets. But again, just to go back to the beginning of the question, the biggest challenge is always just getting buy-in from the department that we're not trying to create a situation where they have to screen for something and they don't have the funding to do it. We want to work with them to ensure the fact that there is funding to support these programs.
Okay, thanks, Dylan. Okay, so Cynthia and Dylan, do you have any last-minute points that you want to make before we ask the audience to ask the questions?
Yeah. So those of you who work for congressional offices, we would love your assistance on a couple of things. So first is there was report language at the end of year package that went through last year that actually calls for the CMS guidance to states on the EPSDT benefit. CMS is working on it. So to the extent that you or your boss is so moved, if you all could put a call into CMS and encourage them to produce that guidance, that would go a long way in jumpstarting what we've been working on and potentially remove something that is not necessary for us to push for in reintroduction of the bill. The second thing is if you work for a Senate office, there are differences between legislation in the House and Senate. The Senate version of the bill is very focused on whole genome sequencing and doesn't actually recognize issues with coverage for testing outside. So other tests that patients are struggling to get access to in states wouldn't be covered with what the state's doing. So we've been working as stakeholders not only on reintroduction of the House version of the bill, but trying to seek reintroduction in a companion form in the Senate, and hopefully that will happen with continued effort. And then the last thing is to the extent that your boss has an interest in diagnostic testing issues across the board, I think if you can employ your boss to focus not just on the treatment side, but also the issues with the diagnostic itself. I think that that's really important. And Connor, who was on the panel earlier, who used to work for Senator Tim Scott, he recognized and his boss recognized early on that, you could be as enthusiastic as you want to be about sickle cell disease, but the diagnostic side is just as important, which is why Senator Scott was actually the first co-chair of the Congressional Personalized Medicine Caucus. In 2019, he agreed to join, and he actually helped us get our Democratic co-chair in the Senate because he recognized that the diagnostic side was just as important as all the enthusiasm that he had for cell and gene therapy. So encourage your boss to join the caucus as well.
I'll start with everything Cynthia said is correct. So Everlay Foundation is also strong supporters of the Precision Medicine Answers to Kids Today Act. PMC has been great on leading on this effort, and we support the bill and try to engage on this bill wherever we can. And so I'm not going to repeat all the asks Cynthia just made, but Everlay Foundation loves this legislation and would love to really see this continue to move forward this session. In addition, did want to flag that we are working towards reintroduction of the Newborn Screening Saves Lives Reauthorization Act. It was last reauthorized in 2014. It was supposed to be reauthorized in 2019, but we've had some issues actually in the Senate. The last two sessions, it passed unanimously out of the House 2 sessions ago and passed by about 150 vote margin last session out of the House. And so we're still working on some of those challenges in terms of some of the bill language here on the Senate side. But we are planning to reintroduce next year. And so do please be on the lookout for that and encourage your members to sign on as co-sponsors as we try to finally get this reauthorized after waiting far too long. So thank you guys so much.
Thank you. And I think at RAAP, we could put up there, Mike, when we send a follow-up email, maybe put their websites up so that we can drive traffic towards your websites to really get engaged. And so now I would just like to ask, does anybody have any questions for these wonderful panelists?
And I love how we all do what Tara asked. I'm sitting in my seat until she calls me up here. I wish I could do that.
No, this is one thing I'm the most passionate about in rare disease is the diagnostic journey and the newborn screening because it does save lives. I mean, I can't emphasize that enough. And I think the term death by zip code is so sad, that you're penalized because of where you live or if you're in a poor state. That's not right. Everybody should have the same playing field, in my opinion. Does anybody else have any other?
So in Michigan, we have 1 million people with a rare disease. We have 300 people born with a rare disease every year. Our newborn screening only tests in regard to cystic fibrosis for 60 of the 2,000 mutations. So if you're a person of color, you're not going to be found. You're on your own, good luck. You're going to have a late diagnosis, you're going to be hospitalized more, round and round and round. In Mississippi, they test for 1 of the 2,000 mutations. Again, people of color, good luck. You're not going to be diagnosed. I wonder if part of the legislation that you're doing, is it aimed at, there has to be federal oversight, right? There has to be, it's such a discriminatory process as it stands right now, and it's extremely frustrating, and it's about money. Michigan is one of the better ones, and I just talked and did a podcast with the whole newborn screening program. They're trying to get grants to cover so they can, test for more of the mutations, but we have so far to go. You can't get in a clinical trial if you're not diagnosed. So you're so behind the 8 ball. There is a huge urgency. Why are we screaming and no one's listening? Story of our lives, right? But that's just a huge, huge thing.
And I can say with the legislation, there are criteria that a state would need to meet to be able to receive the assistance to undergo the pilot. And one of the things that it does give preference to are states where there are geographic disparities or there has been some other financial reason or some other reason why a state has not been able to provide this. So, I think the Swalwell staff didn't want to make it too prescriptive to the point to where a state wouldn't want to apply for the pilot, but it does have some sort of guardrails in there to make sure that it's just not giving more funding to states that are already doing this in a lot of ways, that it's actually looking at states that want to do it but aren't able to. So, yeah. But but keep screaming with us. I was just telling somebody earlier, I said, I think the people that we're working with on this legislation now, it's more people outside of the Personalized Medicine Coalition than there are that are actual members. And at this point, what matters is it gets done. I mean, we really just want to get it done.
And just quickly from the newborn screening side for CF, because yes, that, I mean, for me, was kind of my first, when I first started newborn screening, this challenge within CF in terms of the equity issue, in terms of the confirmatory panel, was kind of my first introduction in terms of some of the inequities within newborn screening. And when you're using genetic testing as confirmatory testing, when there's broad research, and every geneticist will tell you that there are inequities and that there is racism baked into some of the tests, the research that has been done in terms of is very white, male, and European. And so what do you do when that exists? And so that, I think, gets to the point of when we're talking about how do we integrate genetic testing into a mandatory public health program that in theory screens every newborn born in this country, how do you ensure the fact that you're doing that in an equitable fashion? And so, again, that gets to the larger conversation of how do you properly integrate the cool new toy into a full public health system. And that's a conversation and a question that has to be addressed if we're going to do this on a larger scale.
Brett?
I'll say one thing, besides newborn screening saves lives, genetic testing is going to save lives. It's for the following reason. I am no longer asked if it's a genetic mutation. I'm asked what the specific mutation is, because a lot of the therapies are determined upon the mutation. For instance, read-throughs, right? You have to understand a read-through and a premature termination codons and what the following protein happens if there's a frame shift or whatever. So it will foster more innovation, more investment into personalized medicine with that data.
We like it. Tara's face.
And a point I always like to make, because 100% agree, newborn screening does work for a lot of communities and can work for many, many more. It will not work for every rare disease. And we need to recognize that fact and support efforts such as PMC and that effort in terms of genetic testing on a broader scale. But I saw a question towards the end.
Yeah, and thanks for answering so many questions. I have one that really I wanted to see what your thoughts were, particularly as we move towards genetic screening. You know, there is a huge shortfall in genetic counselors. And the resources, outreach to medical schools, et cetera, to encourage students to go down a genetic counselor pathway. What are the things that you think could help us shore up that area? Because it's absolutely critical to making this work in the healthcare system.
So in terms of a policy, Access to Genetic Counselor Services Act, and I'll say that again, Access to Genetic Counselor Services Act, it's a fantastic bill. It's a step in the process. It would allow for genetic counselors to be covered as a health profession within Medicare and at a cheaper rate than physicians. Medicare is just one of the payers, and so it's not a end-all be-all, but it is an important step forward.
And I would say, you know, when you're looking at things like whole genome sequencing, when you're not just, you know, looking for one specific diseases, but you're picking up ancillary findings of other conditions that, you know, that patient may have or someone in their family might be at risk for, the role of genetic counselors cannot be understated enough. The amount of time that it takes to actually walk a family through that and to, you know, talk about what those findings mean. I mean, it's incredibly intensive. So we're very supportive of the genetic counselors bill, and also, you know, anything we could do to just encourage the career across the board.
And Brett, what were you going to add?
Reimbursement rates are so low for genetic counselors, there's no reason to go into them. Plain and simple. And that's what that has to be addressed at a certain point.
So the Access to Genetic Counselor Services would state that it's at 85%, which I don't know how that would relate to current rates. My guess is it probably would be a little higher because it's 85% of what the current medical geneticist is being paid currently. So hopefully, I'd be curious to actually go and double check if that would increase their reimbursement rates. But
Yeah. Let's get our biotech companies to actually start hiring them, because it's going to be important to look through registries and find out which of these people with which kind of mutations would be amenable to certain types of treatment. So especially when you start thinking of bespoke gene therapy.
We just know from the work that we all do at the National Society for Genetic Counselors, who are the ones that have pushed for that bill, one of the main points of resistance is, like, again, what is this bill going to cost? And I think any of us would say it's not going to cost as much as it should because, the role that genetic counselors play in just the whole aspect is really important.
And to that point, our hope with the recent cost of delayed diagnosis study will highlight the impact of a timely diagnosis, because the cost of a genetic test, these individuals have this condition, have these diseases regardless of how much the cost to do the whole genome sequence. And we have to diagnose them. And the earlier we do it, the more money we save. And we know that if we're ensure easier and faster and earlier access to these genetic tests, we know there's a savings in the long run. And so ensuring the fact that we're increasing access to these tests, because these individuals need to get diagnosed regardless, because they have these conditions regardless. And the earlier we can get that diagnosis to the individual, to the family, the faster we can start addressing the issue, whether that's through a treatment, whether that's through a care standard, or whether that's just simply knowing the answer and enrolling in clinical trials, or just knowing how to address what will be impacting their lives.
I'm so supportive of this bill. One of the areas that we've run into with the mucopolysaccharidosis is that not only with newborn screening, but because of the amount of specialty clinics that have access now to specific genetic tests that can be ran, panels ran across older patients that they're thinking might be a lysosomal storage disease has really been quite incredible for our organization this past year, that we made a strategic decision. And not only do we have social workers that work with us now with families at the time of diagnosis, but we just hired our first full-time genetic counselor. I'm hoping that there will be a gap fixed, that a nonprofit wouldn't have to have this specialty piece. But in the meantime, the families deserve the best. And there are so many questions around genetic testing and counseling and carrier testing and cascade testing around these disorders, that this was where we needed to go. And not just on the pediatric side, but also the specialty care clinics on the older side of the attenuated patients that are going to, I believe, across many diseases, bring these patients forward. But I'm so appreciative of the work on this, and I'm supportive of it.
Well, I'm just amazed that you did that. And I would say that one thing I neglected to leave out with the Precision Medicine Answers for Kids Today Act is the pilot would actually allow for coverage of children up to 26. And if the EPSDT guidance came out, it would apply to children under 21. And most of the state-based legislation, but ironically, the one state that is actually covering patients up to age 20 is Florida now for sequencing. Brett and I think the same way. But, I think in other states it's for peds under 1 and very limited situations. And in private insurance, it's even worse. They put additional, if they do provide coverage for testing, even more restrictions on who has access to it and additional hurdles that patients need to jump through. So why not until 26? People are still struggling.
Denial letter says there's no therapy that would help, so it's not medically necessary.
Yeah.
That direct quote. Needless to say, I called them about 7 minutes later.
Okay, do we have any other questions? Okay, if not, I want to thank these panelists. Y'all have been outstanding, wonderful, and thank you all.
Thanks so much.
Oh, amazing.
So up next, and thank you to our panel, that was terrific. At RAAP, we've been looking at how can we bring a more integrated approach into patient access, and of course, working with our partners like Every Life Foundation and others, give us those opportunities. So we're very grateful that they were able to be here and talk about the importance of genetic testing and newborn screening, because it is so critical. Our next panel, our moderator is Jeff Myers. Jeff is the head of payer relations at Curify, and Jeff will be moderating a panel to look at a lot of the state policies that have been charging through the states over the past year and exploring some of those areas. He has a terrific panel for that, and so I'll turn the time over to Jeff, who will introduce his panel.
push to talk. Can you all hear me? Can you all hear me? Yes, good. Thank you all. I know it's getting late in the day. We've got a lot to talk about around what's going on in the states. We're going to skip for a second discussing RDACs and PDAPs. That's for the next panel. So we're going to talk about just the interesting stuff. I have a fantastic lineup of folks that you can hear from. So I'm going to turn it over to each of them to introduce themselves and give you some background on their. Go ahead. Patrick.
Good afternoon.
There you go.
Good afternoon. My name is Patrick Plews. I'm Vice President for State Government Affairs at BIO. BIO is the trade association that represents the biotech industry. Many of our companies are rare disease therapy companies. We also represent some of the large biopharmas as well. Our membership ranges from the large companies like Merck, Genentech, Lilly, Pfizer, all the way to small startup 1 or 2 research level biotech companies.
Hello, my name is Melissa Horn. I am the State Legislative Affairs Director for the Arthritis Foundation. So cover all 50 states, lucky me, as well as DC and the territories. So a lot of the work that I do surrounds rare disease professionally, but I also am a 3-time cancer survivor myself. So have been through a lot of this myself in terms of navigating access to care. I really enjoyed the last panel with a different conversation around diagnosis and how long it takes. Certainly have experienced that delay, but also whenever it comes to accessing treatment and just, from one cancer to the next, experiencing the long-term side effects of having a chronic disease. Usually it's not in isolation and it's multiple chronic diseases at a time. So I like to try to apply my experiences personally into my professional advocacy in representing those that face chronic diseases like arthritis, over 60 million Americans, the leading cause of disability in the nation, whenever it comes to state policy change. So that's a little bit about me.
I'm Matt Caddo. I work with RAAP as a government relations advocate for rare disease patients. I do a lot of work in the federal and state governments. I was formerly the campaign manager for Orrin Hatch, worked for him for a while. After he was elected, I served in a state legislature. I was the chief of staff at HHS under Reagan, and for a year, the acting administrator of HCFA, and have since been out in the lobbying business for decades.
My name is Jeff Myers. I'm the former head of the Trade Association for the Managed Medicaid Plans. Did that for 5 years, and I'm now the head of payer relations for a venture-backed startup that's looking to make access to high-cost, low-use rare disease drugs easier for state Medicaid programs through both a reinsurance policy and a significantly better PAUM structured program. So let's talk a little bit about the states, because to me, the states are probably the most interesting area around healthcare in the U.S. because they're in a unique position. They are a payer, both in Medicaid and coverage of their state employees, and they're also a regulator around the way in which private insurance and health systems work in their states. And this gives them a very unique opportunity to put their thumb on the scale and move things around. And given the challenges that we have at the federal level to do things like, fund the government, it becomes more and more important that states become the leaders of innovation in healthcare. And there's a lot of stuff going on in states that directly impact access to rare disease products. It is not lost on many of us who've spent a lot of time in Medicaid that states have a variance in both knowledge and resources to actually address these issues. States like California and Massachusetts, where there are large intellectual capital and drug and biologic development, have a very different view of how to cover and access than states that may not have any health systems that function as a center of excellence, like states where I'm from in the South. That means that it is important that the state's efforts around insurance regulation, the regulatory side, and the payer side come together to address some real inequities for access to rare disease products. And so let me first talk about the private and commercial side effort, the yin to the yang of payers. Using insurance regulation, states can affect the way prior authorization and utilization management is done in their state, and the way insurance companies can use step therapy to limit access to innovative therapies. So I want to first turn to talk a little bit about the efforts that Melissa has been doing to talk about step therapy and impacts at the state level and the way states have addressed some of the challenges of getting access to these drugs. So let's have to you. Sure. So step therapy, prior authorization, there's been a lot of reform discussion amongst the states, and we've had a lot of progress. The Arthritis Foundation is a member, I'm actually the treasurer this year, for the State Access to Innovative Medicines Coalition, which is its own C4, and that predominantly focuses on step therapy reform. We have over 30 states that have passed reform in some way, and that includes a lot of addressing the barriers whenever it comes to the process of step therapy, the appeals, how long it takes, and really, kind of this whole mantra of having your insurer, your provider, kind of face this battle over who owns the prescription pad. So in my own personal experience, it's pretty frustrating whenever you're trying to find a drug that will work for your body. Every body is different. Just because you have the same diagnosis doesn't mean that automatically you're going to have the same drug that works for you. I think it's interesting that we talked about biomarkers. A lot of testing can be for diagnostic purposes, but we're also pushing legislation to find better treatments. Precision medicine, in my opinion, is really the future. And, investing in that makes total sense, especially whenever it comes to step therapy. You often, for arthritis, for example, have to fail 2 or 3 times before you can become stable on a medication. And a lot of this is regulating pain and swelling and your mobility. So it's no surprise that you can become disabled and no longer able to move the way that you want, work, participate in your community, and really live a productive life. I always think the goalpost for finding a cure is the wrong one. It's really about having a quality life for the chronic diseases that we're talking about. If a cure is possible, that's awesome. For those that are living with chronic disease, though, it's all about, again, that measurement of finding the right drug that will work for you for the longest amount of time. And when you have these insurance barriers, like step therapy, where you're constantly having to fail on drugs, even though your doctor has indicated that this one might work better for you, it's just really frustrating that you have to go through kind of that pain to find the right drug just because your health plan requires it. Then enter in these changes. Let's say you switch jobs, or some other significant event in your life happens where you change insurance coverage, and you have to repeat those processes. You already know what happened, but because it's a different company that's managing your health plan, you have to once again prove what's going on and what's working for your body and not working. It's the same thing with prior authorization. I'll give you a personal example on this one. So I am a lymphoma survivor from high school. Because of the high-dose radiation that I had after chemotherapy, it caused breast cancer in 2017 for me, as well as thyroid cancer in 21. So I had my thyroid removed. Obviously, it's not growing back. So I get to take a pill, a Synthroid, every day to make sure that my hormones and metabolism, heart rate, everything is functioning, because your thyroid, that little butterfly, controls a lot in your body. And that Synthroid can be very sensitive. I've changed this medication 15 times in 2 years. And every time I change it, it's a different dose, because it can be very sensitive to that. And it turns out I'm allergic to the generic because of the tablet coating. So the rate of release for this medication is important for me, again, because every body is different. So I have to keep going through prior auth because they don't want to cover the brand name. They keep telling me that the generic will work. I said, unless you want me in the ER, it's not working, because it makes my heart rate spike and I could stroke. So
These are the kinds of conversations that I have almost every month with my insurance provider. And I'm lucky that I have the wherewithal and the knowledge to make those arguments with my health plan. But, managing a chronic disease is a full-time job anyway. Arguing with your health plan provider is even more so frustrating and time-consuming, and also costly for both my time as well as the health plans. So really streamlining these processes is a money saver, but it can be, an uphill battle in states where bigger reform conversations are coming with a high fiscal note, or talking about any kind of mandate on a health plan and any type of state-regulated coverage comes with, well, what is the expense? I always think it's really eye-opening to see the expense versus the lives conversation anyway, but really whenever we're talking about this, I start to add up all the time it takes to navigate these utilization management protocols that are intended to save money, but actually contribute a lot to it. So a lot of our efforts, again, have been to streamline those processes, make it more transparent, especially whenever it comes to the patient's knowledge and the provider's knowledge of the processes that are necessary. And then, hopefully push towards, federal reform as well. We have the Safe Step Act, which has made progress as well. I will say, caveat, I am not a federal lobbyist. I'm a state lobbyist, so I don't have all the details on that. But my colleague is on the next panel, so she probably will have more information for you. But this is definitely a high-level priority for us, and I see reform over step therapy, over prior authorization increasingly becoming the subject, especially whenever it comes to kind of these navigating switching plans and between states, commerce clauses, et cetera. If you are going for care for a rare disease, sometimes you do need to travel outside of state. So there's a lot of details in that over who picks up the tab and how far your plan extends. So just a lot of great work to be done, but a lot of education as well, because I don't think a lot of people understand until you face a chronic disease and really utilize your health plan where the barriers are in your coverage.
Well, there's a lot to unpack there. I actually, in full disclosure, work for the largest multi-state nonprofit Medicaid plan in the country, CareSource, as their EVP of Business Development. And I can tell you that from a payer's perspective, this is a real challenge because the diagnosis of a rare disease is generally not a straight line. And it is generally very challenging for the plan that's managing a lot of people to pick that out and suss it out. And that's really goes to a question I wanted to raise around the biomarker testing issue. I know our last panel chatted a little bit about it, but I wanted to raise it again because, again, as a payer, this is a unique challenge. Yes, it has the possibility of saving money, but as a payer, I can tell you almost certainly it will not actually save money because there will be a lot of people that do a lot of genetic testing, all of which is a good thing. So ultimately, it is a cost that states will have to manage in their Medicaid program for those that are in Medicaid or for insurance on the other side. So I wanted to talk a little bit about this biomarker testing and its pairing to precision medication, right? Because this generally, that's two sides of the same coin. Maybe you can talk, Melissa, I didn't want to, because you had so much there, I want to unpack a little bit about the group you've been working with to focus on this. And then Patrick, I'd like to turn to you and get a sense about where the companies that are developing these cutting edge therapeutics are. Because I know many of you, there are a couple in this room that know my wife better than me because she's way smarter. She worked at the FDA, and the FDA has a real challenge of approving tools that are matched to the biologic. So Melissa, maybe you go first, and then Patrick, you give some thoughts on how the companies are approaching it.
Sure. So, whoops. Okay, there we go. I would say, so biomarker testing and, getting access to more precision medicine is a newer policy area for the Arthritis Foundation. Typically, you think of biomarkers, you think of cancer, which I understand. I've been in that world for 20 years. Used to be a lobbyist for the American Cancer Society as well, and heart, and kind of all the major disease groups. So usually you don't think of arthritis or ALS or MS or psoriasis, hemophilia. All of these groups, though, do care about it, and I would say that it's only ever expanding. Being able to take some of the tests that you already do and look at, again, drugs impact, like methotrexate is a drug that is used across different disease types. So seeing the effect of that drug, which can have pretty devastating side effects, and really curtailing the treatment plan for it based off of a biomarker test is super helpful. Like I said, for the treatment that I had as a cancer patient in high school, they don't do the high-dose radiation to the chest anymore because it's very toxic, and it obviously led to other types of cancer. That's the story with a lot of different drugs. And it's like you find a cure, but there's the domino effect of disease where, one chronic disease just naturally leads to another, but also the treatment of that disease can lead to other diseases that you need to manage. So again, streamlining the dosage, the type of drugs that you're putting into your body to treat a disease that can be pretty devastating is really important. So the work that we do has been predominantly with the cancer community, the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network. In the last year, we have worked, I think we're up to 13 states, and we're waiting for New York to sign a bill. The governor's had that on her desk for like 6 months. So we're still pushing for signature there to get coverage for biomarker testing. But there's a lot of activity still in the states that have ongoing sessions. I want to say there's like 3 or 4 states. And then leading into 24, we have probably 10 target states that we'll be working on. So the more coverage that we can get across the nation, that pushes the dial even further, and again, creates more awareness for what you could do in treating chronic diseases. Again, it's not a one-size-fits-all solution. The goalpost isn't always the cure. It's about treating chronic disease in a way where people can live their lives the way they want to. And sometimes that doesn't mean being disease-free. Like I always say, no evidence of disease is great. I love seeing that on those reports. But I currently still have thyroid cancer in my neck, but I'm here and I'm living a quality of life. So I'm good. Like that's my bar. I want to be in a place where I can work, I can go out in public, and be able to manage my disease the way that I want to. And I think biomarker testing is the way of the future in terms of managing not just cancer, but arthritis and all these chronic diseases. And hopefully the innovation comes along where we can use it across disease types. So there's just a lot of promise there, and we're very excited to work on that.
Yeah, I think, from a manufacturer's perspective, we, obviously most of our members are the companies making the medicines and therapies themselves, but we do have a few diagnostic companies that are trying to develop more precise biomarker testing. And always the goal with manufacturers is to try and do something that is more efficient and done more cheaply. And I think that's what they're striving towards right now. This is a relatively new field. And we've always maintained that, what good is a therapy if nobody can afford it or have access to it? So that's an important thing that a lot of our manufacturers keep in mind. I know on the legislation, we're very active on the state front, helping ACS CAN push these bills across the finish line. We too are waiting with bated breath to see if Governor Hochul I didn't see Governor Hochul's daughter-in-law in here earlier, but we're going to push for that bill for her to pass or sign that piece of legislation into law by the end of the year, and hopefully we will do that. One of the things we, as an association, try to impress upon legislators when we're pushing for these biomarkers bills is it isn't just cancer related. And that has been a very difficult hurdle to overcome, because I think a lot of policymakers think of biomarkers only in cancer, and they don't realize it is applicable to other therapeutic areas. Admittedly, when you add a fiscal note to a bill, which is like and for those in the U.S. Congress, it's like a CBO score. That can be the death knell to a piece of legislation. States don't want to pay for this stuff. Medicaid programs don't want to pay for it because, admittedly, they are taxed in under a lot of pressure in all other areas. So we have to convince legislators that it is for other therapies, and they kind of want to whittle it down to cancer only, and we're out there trying to fight and tell them that, you know, this is good for other therapies. And I will push back a little bit, I think. I do think these, in the long run, they will end up saving money, because with the objective of one of these tests is to get the patient the medicine that's going to work for them the best. And that, in effect, does save money downstream. But as you know, and people that are, you know, active in the health policy world, you know, budget people look in a silo, and they're just very worried about their 2024 dollars and not the outlays in next year's. But suffice to say that we're very much involved in this, something we're very active in pushing in a number of states.
So there's a lot of stuff at the state level on the regulatory side. Let me switch, because I know we don't have a lot of time, but I do want to switch to the Medicaid side, because as a payer, the states have enormous leverage on access and coverage. I know from my experience at Curify that one of the challenges that plans and states have for rare diseases is, by definition, they are rare, and the need for service is very expensive for those rare diseases. And if you know anything about math, you know that high variability and high cost create a very difficult way to manage costs, especially where states have gone to managed care. And that creates its own problems. And we can talk about Arizona. I actually think Arizona is really has a unique way to manage this high variability, high cost stuff. But ultimately, I think the challenge for Medicaid is that how do you manage this access and payment issues? States don't have a printing press. They have to balance their budget. So how does this work? And Mac, I know that RAAP has been thinking a lot about how to address this access issue and how to address some of the state shortcomings about getting these products onto formularies quickly so that people can get access. And I'd like to turn over to you to give kind of some thoughts about what RAAP is doing to address these issues.
Well, thank you. I often feel when I'm dealing with state legislatures that I become an extra in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, because there doesn't seem to be any rational view about how we get to a solution. There's a lot of reaction to the various players in the system, and most of the reaction comes to those people that have the biggest footprint. That would be the insurers, the PBMs, because they develop these relationships. They come in with bags of money, usually called campaign contributions. They influence these state legislators. These people are human beings, and they don't have much expertise in these areas, but they get influenced by these so-called experts that show up at their door. So our problem is that we confront these well-funded opponents with easily influenced legislators who only hear that side of the story. And so I think the challenge we have as a rare disease community is to identify where we can actually give our message. And I'm often asked, who's the best advocate for the rare disease community? I can tell you it's Melissa. It's a patient. It's someone who's experienced it, because it is difficult for a state legislator to answer a patient or a family member of a patient, a caregiver, to say, oh, well, I'm going to make this policy. Easy to tell me that, you know, because I'm just a lobbyist, and we all know what a lobbyist is and all of that. But it's very difficult for them to react in any kind of a negative way, and they listen better. Legislators will be inclined to listen to their constituents, and so the best advocate really is the rare disease patient. The best message is the experience that rare disease patient has had with confronting the challenges of getting access to care. And we know that the formularies are a huge problem. We know that the barriers that states have defensively erected because of the limitations on funding, with, as I mentioned earlier, this huge pipeline of new therapies that come on board, they're available, but they're not financially accessible. And so the state Medicaid directors have to erect barriers. And we need to break those barriers, knock them down. We need to just be done with them. But then you end up with the PBMs and the insurers. I know that we've worked at RAAP pushing hard on copay accumulator and maximizer reforms. That's needed. And yet, and I'll give you the case study, in the state of Utah, one of the leaders of the House of Representatives just completely scuttled the copay accumulator bill because he was told by the PBM representatives, lobbyists, and the insurers that it was going to drive up the increase in premiums of all of the other payers. Now, that's an interesting argument, because the only way that would be true is if the PBMs and the insurers had taken money that wasn't theirs, which was, of course, the copay accumulators. And this legislator, who's a very bright guy, sat in a hearing in the House side and said, my concern is that these innovator companies will give the pharma companies, he didn't call them innovators, pharma companies will give 15% of the cost of the drug into copay accumulators, but they get to keep 85% of the money. I thought, what is he talking about? So what? The innovator company that invested in the research and development, that took the risk to develop the therapy, should get 100% of the money, and he's begrudging them getting 85%. Now, this particular legislator is a home builder, and I went up to him afterwards and I said, look, if you were forced to give up 15% of the value of a home in order to contribute to a low-income housing fund, would you like that? He goes, well, it depends on the circumstances, but no. I said, what if we took 100% from you? You know, you couldn't have the 85% that's left. He goes, that's ridiculous. And of course it is. Of course it is. So that's the challenge. We have to re-educate these legislators, reposition our argument, and make them understand. Now, I had a great conversation with this legislator slash home builder later, and he now hasn't abandoned his, he called it hatred of pharma, right, which is misplaced, but he hates the PBMs now just as much. And so at least we've got him redirected and channeled that energy, because there needs to be PBM reform. And I think one of the speakers earlier said PBMs had their place early on, but they have now so warped the environment that now they're just a cash cow. And they're taking money and absorbing it, and they're spreading it out among their own operations and among the payer, the insurers, that it's now become such a bastardized system we don't even recognize it anymore. You no longer serving those clients. So I think that going forward, we're making progress in the states with making these arguments about patient access. And we're winning in most states where we're able to get in front of legislators, tell this story with advocates doing it for us, and that's where RAAP is focused. And I think we're going to continue to have success there. We need to empower patient advocacy organizations, diffuse where we can the tension between the innovator companies and the patient advocacy groups, because I know that exists. I understand it. I know that there's resentment among some of the patient advocacy groups towards the innovators, but I think a better understanding there will smooth out that relationship and allow us to speak with a louder voice. And one of the great things that RAAP has done is that we've gone into the belly of the beast, and that is we've gone to the National Conference of State Legislators, which has, for the last probably decade or so, really tilted towards the groups like the Commonwealth Fund and the Arnold Foundation, who are all just data aggregators, and they look at the thing in the big picture and they say, oh, healthcare problems are all because of these high-cost drugs. And they will not recognize or accept the idea that a development of a rare therapy requires a lot more investment and risk capital, because you can't amortize the cost over a larger population for those things. But they don't segment it in any way and don't recognize it. NCSL agreed to do a special project with us that will over the next year, as a pilot, look at that closely. In fact, we have a meeting set up in August and early December where we're going to have a group of 25 to 30 legislators from across the country who are healthcare committee chairs or vice chairs, who are going to hear this message and explain to them why patient access, reducing financial barriers, recognizing that the care is not just financial, but the burden on families is far more dramatic than that, and that they have to accommodate that as they evaluate their public policies. We think that's a great step forward, and the interesting thing has been the acceptance that NCSL has given to this. We worried that when we set up this first meeting that they would populate it with our enemies, and they haven't, which tells you that the message resonated, and we're going to have great progress, we think, in this pilot. And then I think we need to energize that, fill the pipeline with more information, good patient advocacy, and we're going to make a dramatic difference going forward in repositioning this whole argument that somehow innovator companies and patient groups, advocacy groups are somehow at loggerheads. No, we're aligned when it comes to the issue of making sure that we allow for these incentivized rare therapies that the federal government created the pipeline for actually get to the patients who need them and use them and who will benefit from them.
So I want to I'd like to piggyback on that discussion around the drug companies and the need for a real return. Right before, after I left Congress, I worked for 4 different drug companies for a decade, and actually got my MBA to talk about how drugs get priced and why they're priced the way they are. And so, Patrick, I'd like to end with you before we turn it over to the audience to talk a little bit about the challenge that it takes for companies to develop products in the small population space, right? You have to get a return or that stuff is just never going to get developed. CMS is trying to address this in Medicaid, looking at the cell and gene therapy access model, which is probably going to be targeted at sickle cell disease. That, I think, has both positives and negatives. And so I'd like to get a sense, Patrick, from you about where BIO and the companies are thinking about this innovative approach from CMS, and what are other reimbursement structures that the companies can do to make sure that there's continued pipeline for people who don't have therapies?
Right. Thanks, Jeff. Yeah, so CMS has come out with sort of 3, I would say, demo projects, and one is around gene and cell therapy. It's a gene and cell therapy access model where it will be a collective, it'll be a multi-state outreach where they'll work with several state Medicaid programs on outcomes-based arrangements. And that's something our companies support. I mean, we want to stand by our products. We know they work. So right now, I think there's some unanswered questions right now. I think the big one out there is for the policy wonks that are out there. You know, CMS has released a proposed rule on how they're going to restructure the Medicaid drug rebate program. And there are some very significant changes in that. And we have some companies actually looking at that saying that's a bigger deal than IRA maybe because of the fundamental changes it's going to have to the rebate that manufacturers pay to the Medicaid program, or CMS rather, and Medicaid program. So that's a big question, like how is this demo project going to fit within that new construct? So I think manufacturers right now are we're waiting to see and trying to get a little bit more information. And we do think it's going to be focused on sickle cell. They've also mentioned cancer, but I do think it's going to be mostly sickle cell. So we're kind of in a wait and see mode on that. I wouldn't say we are opposed to it. I think it's just we're a little skeptical right now on how it's going to work. One of the other things that we're working on in the States, and we convened our gene therapy companies to talk about what's the Medicaid access landscape look like. And one of the ideas that came out was how can we work with states to push innovative payment models, outcomes-based arrangements, value-based arrangements? How can we convince state Medicaid programs to look at those as alternatives because these therapies don't fit through traditional Medicaid fee-for-service model, which is more applicable to therapies for chronic diseases. And we've had some success. We've passed legislation in Texas. We've passed legislation in Ohio, Minnesota. We're going to some other states. I think we're looking to work on a bill in Wisconsin. But to your point, this takes a lot of educating. This is, I wouldn't say it's a new concept for Medicaid programs, but Medicaid programs. I think the more sophisticated programs get it and they understand the need to do something like this, and there's a willingness and a receptivity. I think in smaller states, they look at these arrangements a little bit with a jaundiced eye because they've not entered into them yet, and they recognize there's a lot of back-end work that has to happen because we've got to track patients to see how they're doing and see if the therapy's working. So we're educating a lot of Medicaid programs right now on that. So we have a network of 48 state affiliates, and we're working with each one of them to do these briefings on genomics medicine and then weave into that discussion these innovative payment models. And our stance is, this has to be a voluntary process. The arrangement has to be something that both the Medicaid program and the individual manufacturer have come together and agreed upon because each therapy is different, patient populations are different. And I admit, our companies have done a really good job of thinking outside of the box on how to get some therapies out to patients giving new innovative payment models. That's one area that we're working on. Another area that we are working on is we call it our Medicaid best practices effort. And this is looking at states where the Medicaid P&T committee process or drug utilization review board process is challenging or not as forthcoming as it ought to be. So we're working with states to figure out. And admittedly, you have state Medicaid programs that are slow walking some of these gene therapies because they recognize there's a cost, and they're taking their time providing coverage decisions on these therapies. So we are trying to push either through legislation or through regulation rules that require a state Medicaid program to have someone from an RDAC sit on the P&T committee process, or at least have a clinician who treats rare disease patients sitting on these review boards that can provide some expertise on how these therapies will be used. Also, simple things like posting when a Medicaid P&T committee or DERB committee is going to meet ahead of time, so that and allowing manufacturers to come in and present to on their therapy and why that therapy is of value to the system. It's simple things like that we're working on. You would be surprised at some of the states where this is not an easy thing to do. So that's what we're doing in that area.
Well, that's good to know. We have some time before I have to turn over. Are there any questions or thoughts?
Jeff, could I add one other thing
yes, sir.
off of what Patrick said? I think that this focus on drug pricing is really the ground floor of our problem, because everybody looks at that and says, oh, we've got all these terrible high prices. And what do inevitably? They contrast it to what drug prices are in other countries. And they say, look how high they are here. I represented the United States at a group called the Ditchley Foundation in Oxford, England in the mid-'80s. And all of the heads of health policy in those countries, many countries were there. And the leaders from Canada, England, Spain, Portugal, Germany, Switzerland, and Japan all came to me and thanked me. They said, thank God for America, because you have a drug development system that allows us to take advantage of all of the new therapies that we are saving lives with in our countries. And do you know what the difference between our system and theirs is? They're price controlled, right? And when you hear these people talk about, oh, well, we can import these drugs from other countries at those levels, they're not importing the drug. It's the same drug, unless it's been, of course, counterfeited. The difference is that we're importing price-controlled products. That's all. One of my dear friends in the world, and I admire him greatly, is Bernie Sanders. He believes in these we can import these drugs back. He's importing price controls. And we have to use the tools that are available to us in the United States to make sure those countries do not take advantage of this system that makes the American taxpayer bear the burden of subsidizing the drugs in other countries. And we should take care of our own patients in this country. And if we do that, if we force them to pay their fair share, then you'll see drug price reductions here, and you'll see more money in the system that will allow for the treatment of rare disease patients, among others. And this is an important thing that we need to get public policy people at the federal level to understand.
So if I can add a little snark as a former payer, if everyone were really worried about drug pricing, what they'd really be worried about is the unbelievable inflation rate of hospital services.
Yes.
There are no hospital guys here to throw stuff at me, but the data is overwhelming that short of the rapacious increase that colleges have, I know I have two in college, it is literally only seconded to the inflation rate of inpatient hospital services. So there is that too. But that's just me and a little snark. Yes, sir.
Listen, I'm glad you said that as a former payer, because drugs account for about 22% of healthcare spending.
Yep.
So payers have done a wonderful job at demonizing biotech and pricing. There are bad players, we all know that. But yes, inflationary. My brother is a chief of surgery, and he gets paid a shit ton of money. He gets more, excuse my expression, but yes. And when an aspirin costs $32. Right, there's other issues. But elected officials are just as likely to lie to me as they already listen, I was the one sitting with one of the deepest red kind of guys who was looking me in the eye and saying, I'm for Medicaid expansion. Right, so they'll lie to anybody. They'll take your money and then they'll turn around and stay after that. So that doesn't matter who it is. The other thing I would tell you is get John Crowley to go sit at Kathy Hochul's office so she signs it, and he'll get it done.
Yeah, John's a force to be reckoned with, that's for sure.
Hello, we were just talking about this earlier, about the inflation costs in terms of education and hospitalization, and I was able to draw across the fact that I have children over many years, and so when I had my first child in Detroit, it cost me $13.10 when I left the hospital. That was my bill in 1981. And what a difference that was 25 years later. And how our parents and the generation before us, we didn't talk so much about the bills. We were worried about the bills. I remember my parents being worried about bills or things like this, but it didn't break their backs. And they were blue-collar workers in Detroit. And look at where we are today. And I don't know what that answer is, and I don't know if it's for today, but there's something here that tells us we are way beyond where we should be in terms of how our economics have moved. Escalation of hospital costs, education costs is far surpassed. How can we ever catch up to that? That worries me.
Great.
So if I could add to that, so before coming to the Arthritis Foundation and in between my personal passion and efforts as an advocate and cancer survivor, I worked for the National Association of Realtors, and often we talked about, for 8 years, we talked about your home being your biggest investment, and I always would say, that's not true. Your body is. And I can give an example of, having a mortgage, basically a payment for one day in the ICU once, whenever I was on a vent in 2014, and I got a $111,000 bill for just one day of being on a ventilator. So I totally agree with you whenever it comes to the price and where the actual problems could be that are on the higher end, that are that mortgage level. I also have a very good friend. She got the flu in 2014. It was a rough year for both of us. And she ended up going on ECMO and had to have her left leg amputated above the knee. So she was 36 at the time. Obviously, this is a forever condition, although her insurance companies have insisted on prior authorization for that prosthetic every single year. She always says to them, my leg's not growing back. I'm not a lizard. It doesn't work that way. But when she was first getting her leg, the cost of her prosthetic here in America, especially because she was above the knee, that knee is very expensive, was over $100,000. She, as a non-dual national, went to Germany and got a leg for $6,000 as a non-citizen, which would have been covered completely had she been a taxpayer there. But again, you look at the two systems and you can't compare it because you have one buyer and one health plan basically to navigate in other countries, and you have many health plans to navigate here. And you have state-regulated care and you have federally regulated care. And if there's anything that we learned from bigger reform efforts like the Affordable Care Act, is you have to work on both levels of government. You have to codify things into the state level, as well as work on the federal level. So like with the copay accumulators, we've been successful in 19 states, DC and Puerto Rico now, and we actually this morning made it out of Ohio's committee, which if you're interested in watching the debate on this issue, that hearing the last couple weeks with opposition as well as proponent testimony was very interesting and kind of covers the whole gamut of what co-payment assistance looks like in this country, especially with those that have a chronic disease that are on high deductible plans. There is no generic alternative in a lot of cases, and rely on not just manufacturer assistance, but foundation experience or dollars and other third-party assistance. And this taking from either the PBM or whoever it may be is akin, in my book, to a contract infringement. Like, you are awarded a scholarship and you try to apply it for your tuition. They take the payment, but your tuition bill doesn't go down. And you're still responsible for that for the year. So you're in copay quicksand and you can't budget. So if the argument is always for patients to be responsible to budget for their health care, well, it's nearly impossible if you're facing a chronic disease in this country because of those high medical costs, not just because of a drug that might be life-saving but is innovative and still new, but especially because of the actual care that you're experiencing in a hospital or other healthcare setting. So there's a lot of angles that you have to navigate in this country, and I think it's unfair to compare it to other countries because our systems are so different. But at the same token, emphasizing the patient experience and turning that into the policy change, I think is where policymakers have to focus, and that's on both levels of government.
And with that, that's a great way to end. Mike, I'll turn it back over to you. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Jeff and panel. Patrick's going to remain with us up here to take on the next panel. And I was just thinking, as Jeff opened up the previous panel, I worked for Senator Hatch back in the early 90s. And when I left Capitol Hill, I was involved in patient access issues and was putting together a panel on patient access issues. And the person that I called was a Young Hill staffer named Jeff Myers to come in and speak to us about patient access and HIV. So it kind of came full circle. We've been working together now for many years in rare diseases. And so it's been a long road. Well, Patrick, we're excited for your panel. We're going to get into some of the nuts and bolts on the state side, some of the solutions, some of the challenge areas. And so we look forward to this next panel.
Thank you, Mike. You heard my introduction before. My title and name have not changed. But I'm pleased to have some great folks on our panel today. Just to set the stage a little bit, we are going to talk about some of the issues that we're seeing at the states that have an impact on access to rare disease therapies, namely the creation of prescription drug affordability boards, or PDABs, as well as some attacks. I would say attacks. Let me say some efforts in the states to diminish accelerated approval, and that is a pathway for certain therapies, and that's a very important FDA pathway for a lot of rare disease therapies. But before we get into that, I'd like our panelists to introduce themselves, and we're going to start with Anna.
I think this is on. Oh, very good. Hi, everybody. Anna Hyde with the Arthritis Foundation. Our state director, Melissa, and I just played tag, you're it. So you already know my organization from just hearing about her, but I lead our government affairs program.
I'm Laura Bonnell, and I was a news reporter in Detroit in radio and television at an all-news station for 25 years. I had complete access to every legislator and the governor at all times in a heartbeat. I had 2 daughters with cystic fibrosis. I had to go from full-time to part-time so that I could be home or at the hospital with my kids when they needed their care. I was going to be an international news reporter, travel all over the world. Plans changed. I wanted to be with the girls. My husband was like, okay, I'll work full-time, you work part-time. We made that switch. Just before the pandemic, I decided to work at my foundation full-time. It's a foundation I started in 2010 to help other families with financial assistance for cystic fibrosis, lung transplant grants, college scholarships, and advocacy. And I decided in 2019 I was going to do it full-time. I went from having full access and lots of power with legislators and the governor to 0. Because when you're a nonprofit, who are you? Right? The whole image of nonprofits is much different. I mean, you can, they all know me, et cetera, but it's a different game. And it shouldn't be that way, but that's just the way it is. They all want to get on radio, they all want to get on TV, and they're fabulous. I mean, we work with all of them, but that's just kind of, how life went. My daughter's, Molly, is 28. She lives in London, England. She's doing great. Emily lives in Chicago. She's 26. She's also doing fabulous, and I will tell you a little bit more as we get going. Is that on?
I don't know.
All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Melanie Lendenal. I'm the Senior Vice President of Policy and Advocacy for the ALS Association. Like Laura, I spent the first part of my career in journalism. I was a television broadcast journalist in various parts of this country, so I completely understand the desire to cover these stories around the world. Of course, that's not where we ended up. Today, I work with the association on policies at all levels of government, utilizing all branches of government. And some of my colleagues think that it is because of my bias as a former journalist that I often refer to the media as the fourth branch of government, where we also work.
Well, thank you. It's great to be here. Jason Harris, Vice President of Government Relations and Advocacy for the National Psoriasis Foundation. So I lead our advocacy program there, which is federal and state across all the 50 states, and looking forward to the discussion.
And you weren't in news or anything like that?
I am not in news. Yeah. No disclaimers over here.
So one of the issues, obviously, I just mentioned earlier, are PDABs, and these are prescription drug affordability boards. And they are really, we have 7 of them across the country right now. They're in various phases of operation. The first one that passed was in Maryland in 2019 or 2020. I'm getting my dates wrong. That is still being set up. They're beginning to do affordability reviews for drugs. But essentially what a PDAB is, it's a board that's been created by the state to look at the cost of a pharmaceutical therapy versus its value. And if the board views that the cost of the therapy is not commensurate with its value, then in some states they can institute a price control. They refer to it as a UPL, or a upper payment limit. And they will tell you that it's not a price control, it's really a reimbursement limit, but a reimbursement limit is a price control essentially. So we are seeing a proliferation of these being introduced in states. Like I said, we have seven that have been passed. I think the one that's furthest along is Colorado. They are in the process of doing affordability reviews on a certain amount of therapies. And what's troubling about the Colorado process is a rare disease therapy was included in their initial review. So this is questions for all the panelists, and we can start with Anna and go down. But you know, these were created ostensibly to help patients and consumers afford prescription drugs. But I think as we knew these could potentially create access issues for patients, but now some patient groups are paying attention to these now, and I would think are concerned about the proliferation of these. What does this mean for the patient populations that you all represent?
Well, I think it means a couple things. On one hand, we don't know yet because, to your point, this is kind of brand new and unprecedented. And Colorado being furthest along, we have the most lived experience there, but they still have not actually set whether they will end up instituting a UPL on any of the 5 drugs. We were very lucky that 3 of the 5 drugs are in our therapeutic area, so it's been really fun to work through this, which, so on one hand, there's operational concerns. Certainly, we've put forward a lot more questions than been able to sort of offer answers or recommendations because of all of the unknowns. I think one thing that's been really clear is that none of us know what we don't know, and that includes the staff within the Colorado Department of Insurance who are working on this. They're trying to figure it out alongside the rest of us. So some of the operational concerns we've put forward that could lead to patient access issues. One is in a crowded class, which is not true for CF and a lot of rare disease, but in a crowded class like rheumatoid arthritis, TNF inhibitors, of which Enbrel belongs and is one of the 5 drugs, what does a UPL on Enbrel mean for its ability to compete on formulary with the other drugs in the class? I'm not shilling for Enbrel in any way, but just as an example. Does it reduce its ability to get on formulary because it is now somewhat restricted in how it can negotiate? And we don't have a position, I should clarify, on the concept of UPL and all those things. It's not really our space. Our space is more the patient access side. So those are the sort of questions we think are really important to put forward. I would say this about federal processes as well. There are an awful lot of parallels between what's happening in Colorado and what's happening with CMS right now. And then the other kind of set of concerns, I'll let Jason talk about utilization management, so I'm gonna just tee you up for that in terms of patient access concerns. But the other concern I will mention is just the process of patient engagement and how difficult it has been to really work in a meaningful way to get the patient voice represented. I think this was covered a bit in the last panel, so I don't need to belabor it, but there have been efforts to try to get patient representation and patient engagement throughout the process in Colorado. It's been very difficult to find patients who can really engage, either because it's very wonky subject matter and it's just hard to kind of understand, or because the opportunities are fairly limited. So we're gonna do a listening session at this time on this date, and if you're not available to join it, then okay. So we've noticed there's a kind of a law of diminishing return to the extent that we have been able to get some patients to engage. When we go back to the well a second, third, fourth time, it starts to become a little bit too much. So certainly one of the recommendations we will be putting forward to other PDABs and CMS as they continue their work is to work very collaboratively with the impacted therapeutic area patient groups early on to come up with a collective strategy to ensure that there is meaningful and representative patient engagement.
And the state of Michigan, the rare disease community, there's 1 million of us, we do not want the PDAB to pass. It's inevitable, it's going to. Our governor wants it to pass. She doesn't completely understand it, neither do the lawmakers. But it's been set in stone that PDAB is this great thing and it needs to happen. And as my new best friend Melanie can attest to, it's sexy. PDAB is sexy. We're gonna lower drug prices. Pharma is bad. That is the sexiness of it, and everybody's buying on it instead of understanding. That's all they're talking about. Pharma's bad, and this is going to save money, and it won't. So the rare disease community is working with MishBio, who also doesn't want PDAB to pass. But because we know it is going to pass, it went through our Senate in record time, like within 24 hours. We got a notice of a hearing, and people that were talking in that hearing weren't even from Michigan, and they were allowed to talk before we were allowed to talk. I actually couldn't testify because they let AARP speak first and other people outside of the Michigan community, and then it was passed. And we were begging them to slow down. This won't help the 1,100 people with CF in Michigan ever, because what we have in Michigan is children's special health care. So even when my children were on our insurance, we have private insurance, and then whatever our private insurance doesn't pay, this children's special health care covers for adults, children and adults. So there is no copay. So we have no issue with the money. It's $660,000 per year for my daughters to be on Trikafta. We're paying nothing. So there's no reason for the PDAB for us. We definitely are trying to have a voice. I've sent in amendments to say, put a patient voice on it. In Michigan, they're picking 5 doctors that don't know anything about rare disease. There's no patient voice whatsoever. Then we all ran to the House and we're talking with the chair like, hey, slow this down. Do you understand what's happening? It's not what you think it is. It's the prices that are going to be lowered are never going to impact us. Our problem is the pharmacy benefit managers. Our problem is everything you were already talking about, the step therapy, the prior authorization nightmare. Cystic fibrosis is never going away. They're going to have it year after year. It's a constant issue. So we're trying to teach them. So that's the biggest concern. The other thing that you said is, that I can relate to is, you've got all these parents who are in the middle of the shit, right? Excuse my language, but they're in raising their kids and cleaning the medications and getting them to the doctors and sitting in the hospital. They don't have time to watch this video, to come here. They're in the midst of it. It's only a few of us that are advocating for everyone. And like I said to both the Senate and the House, why aren't you holding Meet Us for Coffee, or go into their communities, or do a webinar and connect them on social media in every way? Because you are not educating your constituents who are your constituents. You are not doing them any favors. You are not educating them. You are not helping them. You're not reaching them. Thankfully, whether it's all talk, I don't know. The House promises that they're going to slow it down. I don't know if they are, but they've recessed. We're into 2024 now, so.
Yeah, Melanie?
So I'll say at the outset that the association does not yet have an official position on PDABs, but I do expect that that is something that could change very soon. And why do I say that? The first thing I will say is, what's a PDAB? Well, when you talk to most state lawmakers, they have no idea what you're talking about. You have to spell it out, and then you have to explain it. And to me, anytime I have to spend half an hour to 45 minutes explaining the potential ramifications of a bill to a lawmaker, we've got a problem. Exactly. I appreciate the intent of these efforts, but the problem is, like my colleague Anna said it earlier, we don't know what the ramifications are going to be. So the fact that we're going down this road, a road that could undoubtedly disproportionately impact patients with rare diseases, is frightening. What it tells me is we should not be going down this road right now. I understand why we are, but I cannot think of anything more difficult for families who have a family member with rare diseases than to have a crazy patchwork, more of a crazy patchwork of laws across the country related to healthcare and costs than we already do, by layering this one on top of it so that patients have a different rule in this state, and as soon as they cross over the state line, it's something over here. I don't think that is good for any patient, rare disease or otherwise.
Yep, well said.
Okay, this is difficult to add on to. No,
I like the passion.
Yeah, no.
Thanks for this seat, by the way.
Absolutely. So I think, I think it certainly is different, as Anna was referencing sort of her community, folks living with rheumatoid arthritis or arthritis that, is not a rare disease, and the same thing is true for someone living with psoriasis or psoriatic arthritis. And so, like Anna, we also had 3 of those 5 treatments in Colorado, and I would second all of the sort of comments on the process. I think that's a piece we're also really focused on is, there's the beginning process of how you're actually assessing what treatments to potentially review, right? What are those models? What's the engagement with communities like ours or even individuals to help select that process? So even going further back into that sort of look into transparency, I guess I would say. And then, once you get there, we've seen what some of the things with Medicare negotiations have looked like right now, and you're seeing states, it really is like mini IRAs to mini negotiations in a certain way. And so it is concerning, I think, when you think like, well, if the feds are doing this now, maybe we should wait and see what that looks like before just trying to do it in 6 or 7 different places. And then the people in the end making decisions is, why are they in the positions they're in to be able to end up making decisions on the PDABs? So I think process is really big here, and then as Anna threw me utilization management, referencing if one treatment has a UPL or has that sort of that limit, if we're all being directed towards that because of the price, that brings up a whole host of problems for all of our communities when it comes to whether if the treatment maybe they've already failed, or just generally if it's not the right treatment for them that them and their physician provider decide to go for. We know the ramifications if you're not on the right treatment for 2 months. So,
And that's an important point to make, especially in a rare disease community, when there is not really anything that's therapeutically equivalent out there, and you don't have any options then. That's a very important point to make, actually. Laura. Anna brought up patient engagement and how important that is in this process. Where could you see, or do you see RDACs playing a role in something like this?
Yeah, I think it's really important that, because you would have the voice, you would have all the representatives, and it's really important. No one is the bad guy, not the insurance, not pharma. Everybody needs to work together. That's really important. The sad thing that we saw in Colorado was initially they didn't even engage their RDAC. They didn't even ask for their opinion. That's what it's set up for. So until, everybody said, hey, you need to consult your RDAC. And it's just, I think it's really important, though. You would have geneticists and doctors and everybody that would weigh in and that would have, some kind of, they would be able to
Expertise?
weigh in.
Seems
yes,
like a scary word to them is expertise.
Right,
Yes,
exactly.
yeah.
Even when this whole process started for us, it's been years now, and we're on our second sponsor. It's taking forever. It passed the Senate Health Policy Committee, and we were supposed to vote on it. Then that got delayed, so now we're looking at 2024. Yet PDAB is racing through. So I think it's really important because of all the things that we've talked about here already, because the rare disease community does need a voice, and everybody does need to talk to one another and say, here's what we're experiencing. I mean, I think when you hear someone say, oh, this is what I'm experiencing, maybe you thought it was a different way. I think that's really important. I am all for listening to the insurance companies, and I am listening to pharma, and I want to hear what your challenges are, and they need to hear ours. So I think that's why it's really important to our community, so everybody hears everybody's perspective. Thank you.
Great. Let's move on to a slightly different topic. There's been some attempts by state Medicaid programs, Massachusetts being one of them, I think. Tennessee had tried this, and some other states, where they're restricting access or attempted to restrict access to therapies that have been approved under the accelerated approval pathway, and many rare disease therapies are approved under that pathway. So, Melanie, what are your thoughts on that?
I have a lot of thoughts on that. So I will say at the outset, this is not limited to Medicaid, based on what we're seeing. Earlier this year, the FDA approved the first gene therapy treatment for a specific genetic form of ALS known as SOD1. So in ALS, you have about 90% of the population where we have no idea what has caused ALS. Then we have 10% of the population approximately that is genetic in nature, and about 1 to 2% is SOD1. This is an incredibly aggressive and fast progressing form of ALS. So the fact that we have a gene therapy treatment approved through accelerated approval in this area is pretty miraculous. It has been, frankly, life-changing for one of our board members who is a SOD1 ALS patient, and it has actually pretty much halted the progression of the disease for him altogether. There's still ongoing clinical trials, but the outcomes for people who have participated in the trials has been nothing short of remarkable. This is great news for the entire ALS community. But of course, it went through the accelerated approval process. As a result, what we are seeing is lack of coverage from insurers across the country, whether it's Medicaid, private payers, whatnot, and for a whole host of different reasons. We have one insurer who we are working with who has told us that they're not going to cover it until you've tried Riluzole first, which was the first ALS drug approved back in 1995 that has modest benefit. This is a gene therapy specifically for a specific form of ALS. So to ask a patient to fail first on something that we know is only going to slow down the progression by about 2 months, I don't know what that looks like. And then we also have insurers, and this is scary, and I'm sure some of my colleagues who have read ProPublica today will agree. We have had insurers say that, well, this is not a required drug under certain state prior auth laws, because this is a gene therapy, so it doesn't meet the definition of drug. So what we are seeing is, even though these treatments are getting approved through the accelerated approval process, the fights to get access to coverage and care is huge. And I only expect this issue to grow, particularly as the IRA becomes fully implemented.
And more gene therapies come on the market. Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, that's it for my questions. And I know I have the unenviable position of being the last panel of the day, but I wanted to open it up to the floor for any questions for our panelists. Yeah, Tara.
Yeah. So this isn't really a question, it's general comments. So in North Carolina, a year ago, June, I partnered with our bio, of course, because all RAAP should be partnering with their bios, I tell them. And we held a legislative breakfast on access. I had a person from Duke Margolis in D.C. that came in to speak. I had Priya Kishnani from Duke, who's head of genomics for Duke, and Vandana Shashi, who was head of the NIH Undiagnosed Network, and patient advocates to tell their story. One hemophilia and one with SMA. And we talked about the gene therapies. And it's education. We had so many of those. We had 35 legislators that attended. And then after that, there was so much follow-up. I can't tell you enough. I'm at our legislature on a regular basis. I go to a lot of other legislators in other states. You got to educate, 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 educate. I suggest holding a legislative breakfast and then do follow-up with that. Have a one-pager about this. But access, we explained that's one of the top 3 concerns with the rare disease community. So I feel like education cannot be stressed enough.
Yeah, and I was just, we've worked on that together. We work with our affiliates in the states to do these briefings, and I would be if any patient organization wants to help and be part of one of these briefings, please come talk to me, because we'd love to have your expertise. They don't want to listen to me, the trade association lobbyists. They'd rather listen to you guys and some of your patients, I think. Yeah. Yeah.
Comment and a question, but accelerated approval is just one of those things that we just roll off our tongue because we know what it is. It's not a lower bar from the FDA. Right. I think it just gives people that it's a different way of making the juice that's somehow not up to snuff. And so I think we just need to be cautious about how we use that and what audience we're speaking to.
Yeah, I think some payers have done a very good job of creating the false narrative around accelerated approval, and it's incumbent upon us to educate policymakers that this is an official FDA approval. It goes through the same rigorous process. It's just a speeded up process. Yeah.
We know, we understand that the world doesn't.
Yeah.
I was just going to say, something that I've noticed, obviously, this conversation between PDAB and the Rare Disease Councils, the RDEX, pushing more of that focus back on the patient experience. This is why I like the rare disease groups better than the PDABs, because it seems like the appointments aren't always centered on getting a patient on that PDAB, which is part of the problem. You have people who are appointed that don't have the needed experience to really review this and talk about the affordability problems that exist in real life. I wonder what your opinion is in terms of, we have 8 or 9 states now that have PDABs, with Michigan's attention on it, though the governor has gone quiet on this now, even though it was her top agenda item in August. If she continues to have the national stage and highlights this, is there concern for more PDAB efforts in other states? And then where do you think it's headed to next?
There's definitely going to be, there's concern in other states. We're watching states intently. Illinois is one of them, Connecticut. There are a few states that are on our watch list for next year. There were some states that actually had bills dropped last year that didn't make it through because the sessions just ran out, but so we expect it to be active in those states, New Mexico being one of those. I don't know if you guys are hearing any other intel.
In regard to our governor, she is quiet on it now, a little bit quieter, but the word still was that she wanted it passed, and I think that was definitely the intent to pass it. I think if that's what you're asking, then the House is just looking to get amendments because it's going to pass in Michigan. I have no doubt that it will pass. So, yeah, so well, actually,
The House is like
it's,
split right now.
yeah, it's interesting because there's just a lot of misinformation. I didn't want to name anybody. I was thinking, oh no, better not. But there's just a lot of misinformation right now. But if the House is sincere, which I believe and hope they are, they did say they were going to slow it down. And I sent them amendments. I got the CF Foundation to send them amendments. We got NORD to send them amendments. They've got a lot of amendments to look at. So we're hoping the patient voice gets on there and many other things.
Yeah, I definitely feel like it's the train's left the station conversation. Getting ahead of it is difficult, especially if lawmakers are using it as a checklist to say, I solved the affordability problem, we have a PDAP.
And it's being put, I mean, this is an idea that came from the Arnold Foundation, and that's a very deep-pocketed organization. So they have the financial wherewithal to hire experts to go around and talk this up with legislators, unfortunately. And that's a pretty big organization with deep pockets to battle against.
This is just my personal opinion. I am not speaking on behalf of the AF, but because I think we've kind of been talking around this, that the PDABs are a fundamentally flawed concept in that they only target one piece of the pie, and we all know that these problems are systemic. You cannot untangle drug pricing from rebating and other PBM practices. We all know that. I think that the PDAB members and staff in Colorado are realizing that, and they're having like an oh shit moment to some extent. If I'm another state and I'm watching that, if they crash and burn, I don't want to be on their heels. So it's interesting because it's true that it's become this kind of domino effect, and other states are like, oh, they're first, I want to be second or whatever. But it's like, second to what? Failure? I mean, and maybe I'm wrong, and Colorado will turn out swimmingly and
I think
whatever. But
they're like the dog that caught the car. They're trying to figure out now how to do. It sounds easy and it's a great soundbite, but it's very, very difficult to do, and it costs money.
Right.
They don't realize there's fiscal notes attached to setting up these boards, and Maryland has had to go back to the legislature each year and ask for $1 million+ every year to get this board up and running, and they're still not up and running yet. So.
And just to add too, because you remind me of this, we took the letter from lawmakers that they wrote to the Colorado PDAB. All those lawmakers, I took it to the House and I said, call them. You got a list this big said, don't touch the CF drug and there's no point in all of that. And call Colorado lawmakers before you decide. So we were glad to see that letter from the lawmakers in Colorado, and it did help, I believe, with our lawmakers.
All set. Anyone else? Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you guys for the good conversation, the expertise. You made me look good today up here. Appreciate it.
So we'd like to thank all our moderators and panelists today. I think we've really gotten to get into a lot of the cross-section of issues that are facing both rare patients, patient access, and how we move forward. At RAAP, we are going to be working again at the state and federal level. You'll be hearing more about EPIC as we move forward. And you'll also be hearing more about the collaboration that we have ongoing with NCSL. This is a major project, again, to get patient access information in front of state policymakers before they're asked to make a decision about PDABs or copay accumulators, et cetera, so that we have better educated state policymakers. Just a couple of quick items. The video of this meeting will be available online. There will be notifications sent out. So we would encourage you to please take advantage of sharing a lot of the content and information. We always try to do this, and some of the feedback has been that it's very helpful because there's a lot of patients who are interested in being here but can't necessarily afford to be here. So we appreciate all the effort that went into it. I'd like to thank our RAAP staff, Kelsey Carrion, Jeff Anders, for really stepping in and helping us both shape the program and the outreach. And would like to thank all of you for coming and participating with us today. And again, please, you can find us on LinkedIn. You can find us on our website. Again, we are here to help on patient access issues and would look forward to working with you as we approach 2024. So thank you, and we will close the meeting.